Okay, we're live now. Okay, let's turn off my audio, my ringtone. Let me keep it low so I can still hear if things happen. And of course, how I can neglect the fireplace. Fireplace. That's not my fireplace. This is my fireplace. Yes. Very nice. I might even move this up a little bit. Honestly, I feel like I may have started streaming a little prematurely. Kind of need to use the bathroom a little bit, but we'll see how far we go before we have to go there. What's up, Draco? Very good to see you, man. Hope your night is going well, my friend. And I had something else I want to do before we jump into this, but I cannot recall. I simply cannot recall. 1 second. There we go. Could resize this to be a little bit easier for me to view. Precisely what I want. And okay. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, I wanted to light this on fire. I want to actually light this candle because I've had it here for a while, and it's like what, the 10th of November. We're gonna be out of fall season soon and into Christmas season. So I should honestly just start burning my way through this candle a little bit. I should have like a little puddle, like some water somewhere where I can just have my coffee, but that sounds kind of gross. It's been good. I've made some progress on figuring out how to make Pong. Oh, snap. That's sick. What we're looking at. And this is already strong as is, too. Maybe I don't need it lighted. But I do feel a little inclined. I feel like this should be nice for the ambiance. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna find a little thing of water, because I may have to go through a couple of these, and leaving flammable stuff here is just kind of probably not a good idea. And I'd like to not have a house fire. I've already had one of those in my lifetime. I'd rather not have another. So let me grab a little thing of water or something, or an empty cup, and then we're gonna get into deving. So 1 second, guys, 1 second. Okay, perfect. Small cup of water. Safety water, so that I don't have to be concerned about a fire breaking out. Okay, let's see how this goes. Nice. So 1. Okay, I like to have 1. Can we have 1? Okay, that's 1. We'll try another. What's up, Shark Zoo? We're getting started right now. Trying to set some ambience, but instead, kind of causing some fire hazards. Nice. Okay. And I believe we're good to go. This is going to be quite a smell. I might have to blow it out soon if it's too strong. We shall see. Early stream, I have homework. Oh, that's tragic, Melon. That's tragic, Melon. The biggest enemy of all, I don't know, not middle schoolers, it's just K through 12 or whatever age. I remember hating homework. Anyways. Would never trust myself to have candles that close to my hands. Well, yeah, we like to live a little dangerous here. Hello, Cozy and Philly Cosingtons. What's up, Samurai? The Samurai. Dude, honestly, I'm just like smelling smoke. I'm not even smelling the fragrance, if I'm gonna be with you. But maybe it's coming from this little water thing I have here. Hopefully this goes away. Alright, anyways, so we had our task management application we were working on last time, right? And we had the cool background for the starting screen. And I've done some things. I made my build script. I made a build script, so I don't have to remember everything. And this is where we left off last time, essentially. Someone left a really helpful, or at least cool comment in one of the last video with some potentially good ANSI codes to do some stuff here to potentially get rid of this flickering as well, which is promising. But despite not having done that yet, this looks pretty cool. So that was rad. And then last time, I was starting to figure out the getting files from a directory situation. And I started implementing my own thing instead of using a data structure. And I instead ended up creating this little structure called directories, which just contains a big buffer with all the directories in there, as well as an array of all the indices into the arrays and their length, which is cool. And now, after many a tumultuous evening, or actually just one tumultuous evening, I have it so that when I run it, we can actually get a list of all the files in a directory, which is pretty dang sick. So, next steps here. I would sure like to have this be filtered based off of file extensions, so I think that'll be the next thing we do. I believe that would be the next thing we do. From there, we can start implementing our project view logic and start figuring out how we're going to position objects in the world. But I think even this could be pretty simple. Either way, not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal, dude. What's up, where am I? Hi, how was your day? Quick info about your code. The reader, it runs every time in a loop to check. Oh, I think I fixed, so that's yeah, where am I? Cheat directory for loop. Don't have. Check the regular files. Alright, I'm kind of losing you. Where am I? Also, where am I? I've done significant changes off stream. So, I may have at some point addressed that. Yeah, this is the current version of this loop. So let me see what you're saying first, though, to try to understand. And yeah, I've realized there's something that happens when you're streaming, which is like, I feel like my comprehension of what people say drops by like 20%. So when I'm off stream and I'm like looking back at chat, because I'm like, all right, there's something else said here and I didn't quite get it. I'm like, oh, I get it now. But forgive me if in the moment I don't quite grasp things. All right, anyways. So you're talking about EP equals reader. So you're talking about this line right here. Time in the loop to check. Get new direct. Yeah, okay, yep. Got that. Entry in the directory every loop. Yep, okay. Direct have d underscore type to check if the direct type is for regular file. Oh, so it excludes all the stuff like the double dots or the single dots. Cool. Rohan, Not sure, man. We're gonna find out with time. I don't think so, honestly. Weirdly enough, but we'll find out. I mean, the contrast is reasonably good, so I'm not too worried about it. I might just accidentally burn my hand by going down there. Alright, some workplace occupational hazard. You can't have game deving without some of that, right? Or I guess task management deving, but, you know, same diff. I'm kind of sad I can't use the Battleship IBM keyboard today, because I realized the 2 streams I did, plus using it yesterday on my spare time, kind of made my joints here a little sore. So I'm like, alright, we're not gonna be doing this. In my college, and I hate this language. Yeah, you know why you hate it? Because it's not C. You see, you actually have to go back to C to really enjoy it. Project, let me see. Task. Dirt and depth. Okay. Alright, so we have at least a collection of all the directories here in a format that's pretty simple to work with. And everything seems to be good. So now I'm going to make like a new extra function here. It's going to kind of wrap this one where we can... I'm not sure how I want to do this. If I want to exclude things from being written to the buffer in the first place that aren't projects. Because it's cool that we have this that just gets everything in a directory, which might be useful, but at the same time, like in my actual application, I'm probably going to be doing something that's more like this, where we give, you know, a char pointer of extension. Or maybe I could have this be extended where we have like a char pointer allowed extension or extension filter, but this could be null, and if it's null we don't apply a filter, we just include everything. But if it's not null, we actually filter the buffer values from that. That might be helpful, man. I love JavaScript though. That language is cool. Okay, I'm not gonna dog on you, because my first language is I guess second language, but the real language I started really doing a lot of stuff was GML, which is a dynamically typed language. The thing is, like, once you start making things of significant complexity, just not having types just causes so much unneeded headaches. It's not even fun. Why don't you code? I do code for a company. This is my off time. This is my for free, enjoyable fun time. Yeah. I think I've told the story before, but there's like a distinct time in my life where I was in my bedroom and I just kind of broke down because this game was having this issue, and because of the lack of types, I couldn't figure out where the actual problem was emerging from. And at that moment, I something broke, and I was like, all right, we're never doing this again. Or at least, because I still used GameMaker afterwards, but I was like, all right, this cannot be it. This feels so wrong. Why am I struggling? I think that's the thing. I realized I was struggling, and I didn't know why. And at that moment, I was like, all right, there's something clearly wrong, but I don't know what it is. We're going to keep our eyes open for someone or something to help me with this. Okay, so we have this. Let's make a simple thing. Compare extension. Or I guess a better is extension, or has extension. This would be a better name for this, and there'll be a char pointer. Yeah, there's a bunch of bugs I ran into yesterday just with this little thing, and I started realizing, oh my goodness. There's I got a lot more familiar with GDB than I ever did in college. It's great. It's fantastic. How to code, what language should I focus on? 0% experience. If I'm gonna be real with you, man, I think there's some value in learning either C or C++. Probably C, something very simple. It's gonna force you to be aware of just core fundamental things about your computer, and learn about data types and structs, and learn about the fact that there's something called a stack and a heap that have different implications. And then, like, from there, once you get the basics, I think you can move on to something else potentially. I don't know, though. It really depends, dude. Because it's one thing just to learn language, but my philosophy is that you should actually have a goal in mind. What do you want to do? Do you want to make a video game? Do you want to make a website or whatever? And then, or do you want to do like embedded stuff? Like, I think have a goal to strive to, and then learn the stuff you need to get to that goal. But I think a little bit of C, regardless of goals, would be helpful. Okay, so has extension, and what are we going to do with this extension? I think the simplest thing is just to check. Well, first of all, let's rule out some simple cases. Oh my goodness. It's weird getting back to this keyboard. Okay, so if file length actually, I'm just going to yoink this because it's going to be kind of similar. Okay. And let me format this a little bit better. No, stop that. Thank you. So if the file length is smaller than the extension length, yeah, I don't add anything else there. Then that means, like, okay, this is clearly cannot be this extension type. So we return false. Or not false, 0 in this case. And then if it is not less than, or I guess like less than or equal to, probably. Either way, there'll be some specific case, like if they're both the same, that means there's like an empty file with the same name, which I guess is actually valid. So in a weird way, this should actually just be less than, so I'm not going to worry about that. And then what do we want to do? We want to get the last couple characters of this file name and compare it to the extension. Because if it's the extension, those two things should be the same. And if it's not, then, reject it, right? Let me also check. Because I'm probably going to do something dumb here. Because my inclination right now is just to be like, hey, let's just mem copy the last four and compare those two things. But that feels almost dumb. Or actually, okay, at least I don't have to malloc it. I can just do this on the stack because we know the length of it, which is going to be extent length. Yeah. And call it end cap. Can we initialize like that? I think so. And then we're going to do men copy. Oh my goodness. Going from the Battleship IBM keyboard to this is always a little bit odd for me. And so we're going to be copying to end cap. And I want to copy, what do I want to copy? I want to copy file name. And it's going to be size of char times, oh, actually we want to, this is not going to be right because we actually want to copy from file name And it's a pointer, so we have to use that. But we want to copy from file name, file length minus extension length, I think. And then it's gonna be length of extension, and that should just be good, I believe. And then we go from there. Let me catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. My bad. All right. I literally prefer C over JS any day, even with Java's useful helper functions. Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah, I do C. I did Python at JS first, and they really just brought me a headache. Yo, what's up, Snicey? What about Lua? Easy to pick up? I mean, it's a scripting language, but like, again, it has the same issue of JavaScript and TypeScript, where there's no static typing, and you're gonna lose out. You're not gonna learn the foundations. It's like I don't know, like it's like riding a bicycle with like the helper wheels. You know, the little side wheels that attach. It's like cool. You are technically riding a bike and you're going places with it, but you don't know the foundations of riding a bike. And until you can get the training wheels off, you kind of don't know how to ride a bike. Thank you, Daniel. It's a great language just to mess around with. I think there's something to be said about learning something like trying a language with S syntax. S syntax definitely gets you thinking about problems a little bit differently. I guess functional just makes you thinking about problems in different ways. Is functional programming the promised land? No. I mean, there's places to use it and there's places not to use it. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it and some benefits to modeling. There's certain problem domains that model well with it. But, you know, it's good to learn stuff. Okay, so we have our end cap string here with extension. It actually should be +1 because there should be the null terminator. I guess I don't have to worry about it, maybe. Because the real question is, if we're comparing it to extent, I think it's going to have a null terminator in there. So we probably should actually make this +1. And then do... Oh, this is going to be weird. Let me figure out one thing. I'm going to revisit this because I know this is probably wrong. In fact, I'm pretty confident this is for sure wrong. But let me also just explore one thing that I know we're going to have to figure out how to do, which is going to be doing string comparisons. How to string compare and C without having to implement. There's just stir compare. Let's see. You're using stdio. Oh, pretty beautiful. Stir compare. You can't usefully compare strings using you need to use stir compare. Stir comp. Check input. And then what is a parameter? C stir. Was it stir? Documentation. I don't know what the values return. What are your return values? Okay, negative value if left hand appears before right hand. 0 of this are compared equal. Okay, so 0 of they're equal, and then if appears after the right hand side in lexicographical order. Okay. That's not as relevant for me, but I think we just need to know. That's all we're looking for here is if they're the same. And we're just going to return stir comp. And then it's going to be end cap and extension. So this should be what we do. What's going on here? Oh, my mom texted me. What's up, Renee? It's good to see you, man. What the heck? That setup's so nostalgic. I'm glad you dig it, man. if a regular file first, because you could run into a directory or FIFO. What do you mean check if a regular file? Oh, not etc. link. Did I type that somewhere? Extension, ext length. Ah, you got good catch. That'd probably catch me for a loop. Okay, so I feel fine with this so far. But now we have to go deal with this. We have to contend with this because I'm not sure. I'm gonna assume that these are both gonna have a null terminating character, which means that when I do this memcop to make sure that when we compare endcap to this, it should be correct. And the issue is that stir length only returns the characters, it does not include the null terminator, which is a thing to kind of keep in mind. So we're just dealing with this straight up data stuff. If we think about it in its entirety, maybe it might be worth accounting for that. And then this makes sense because this also would include the null character. And then file length minus extra length would make sense here, times ext length. Perfect. I assume this would be fine. We're gonna find out. In fact, I should probably just like do not a unit test, but because I haven't looked into C unit yet, but we can at least do a simple rudimentary test here. Where we do this function, and then we pass in some parameters in here. Can I pass in a string literal for a char array or char pointer? We're gonna find out right now. This should be true. Not f print f, print f value. I mean, should be true. I wonder if C's got to have a thing like assert. I'm just not aware of it. Okay. Okay, and we're just gonna reassign value again. This time we're gonna use something different. And just see what these values return. Should be false. Though we're returning the result of stir copy. So we should actually, or I think no, we're returning if it's equal to 0. No, we're not. We should do that to make sure it's like within that range. Okay. A, B. Let's use a bigger one. That should be a true case. And then there's the empty case we can cover as well, but in fact, let's just cover to see what happens. Build it. We got errors. What are the errors you have for me today? Get files. Did I name it the same thing? No, I didn't. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, because I added the temporary thing in case we want to have file extensions, but I didn't actually implement that, so we're not gonna do that. Yeah. Okay. So what do you have for me? Printf. Oh, I'm so used to C# where you can just do this Yeah. Whoopsie. It's not finding that character actually. What's going on here? That's weird. Okay. Do I have to like do like a backslash or something? Oh, I guess I do. And then I can do this. Because I guess it's like a reserved character or something. Okay. That was thankfully easy. And what do you have for me? Ooh, backwards. Of course. Whoopsie. I even called them chart pointers. Alright, I'm gonna catch up and chat in a second, guys. Just 1 second. Build complete. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Okay, let's see what you guys did. CRT base. Thank you. TCT Chumflay. Links prefixed or null terminated here. They're null terminated. Is there a version of this where the aspect ratio is 16:9 instead of 9:16? Sadly, not Salvadego. I've thought about it. I have to think about it or see how you can do that on YouTube if you can have 2 streams for different ratios. It's for fun, Artharva. What's up, Gabriel? Assert.h. Is it really just a normal thing that just exists? Kind of like an assert. Search and replace must contain. Yeah, I got it. Your line a wizard. Thank you, Hisoka. Oh my goodness, Hisoka. No, I'm scared, dude. I'm a little terrified. All right, let's do a little. Maybe it's too early for a vote. Maybe we should do a vote. Is this gonna work? Works first time. Let's see where we lay in terms of our belief. Salad for brains. I can code better than this. I've made hundreds of good games, and I had a cooler room and a monitor too. All right, man. I'm happy for you, man. That feels like a copy pasta almost. Must contain /%. Yeah, my mom helped. Well, that's tight, man. Glad you and your mom are tight like that. All right, and it seems like it's mostly no. Finally, guys. Finally, we got a group of people who are realists here and who believe this is not going to work. Because I don't believe it's going to work either. Let's find out right now. Let's find out right now. Moment of truth time. Should be true, 1. Should be false, 0. Should be true, 1. Be true, 1. In your face. Okay, I didn't believe in my code either. But hey, this actually just worked first try, dude. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Should be false, 0. Should be true, 1. Should be true, 1. Beautiful. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. It just works. It just kind of worked. That's crazy. I don't know yet, but why not on first time? Because you never know, man. You never know, Matthias. There's plenty of times where I think I did things perfectly and it just doesn't work. And then there's times where I believe I did everything perfectly and it doesn't work. So, it's like the hubris of being a programmer. You're never sure how your code's going to work. Which yesterday was the first time I encountered a Heisenbug, which was fun. I mean, it was really quick to debug, surprisingly. But yeah, I encountered my first Heisenbug. And if you don't know what a Heisenbug is, it's a bug where it's kind of weirdly inconsistent to reproduce. Like specifically in my case, when I ran this task.out, it would crash, cause a seg fault, and whatever. But then when I went to GDB and ran it there, it ran perfectly fine. I was like, all right, this is perplexing. Why is it running fine here, and why is it not running fine over there? And it turns out there's some memory stuff that GDB does, and you can turn that option off. But it's like, oh my goodness, I feel like we're growing a little bit. We encountered some new bugs. Wizard. Thank you, Hisoka. Sprint F. What's Sprint F? Fluke? Hey, don't doubt it, man. I wouldn't doubt it being a fluke, but hey, we take those. Your stuff is working while I'm somehow missing something in 3 lines of code. That's how you learn, though, man. This is a product of multiple occasions of that happening. And even then, dude, we're running on we're like a car that's running with like no oil. Like, yeah, it's probably running, but it's probably running on hopes and dreams, and we're just kind of waiting for the day it just dies because you didn't change your oil. That's how it kind of feels. But alas, we continue. Extension. Extensione. So now we're going to add this ability where we can filter the file types based off of the char. So I think what we're going to do here, because we do this I and count increment at the very end. See, we secure the name here, so we can very easily, trivially even, determine. Oh my goodness, what is going on? We can very trivially determine has extension. By passing a name, and then we have our const project file extension. Yeah. I should really add a LSP for C, but at the same time, there's something kind of thrilling about just writing, not just project extension. Perfect. Even better. There's something very thrilling about not having at least that big of an LSP. There's something thrilling about not initializing a variable, being allowed, and compiling and running. Alright, anyways, so if it has... Well, first off, we have to actually check a few things. We have to check to see if... I call it target extension, right? Not equals null. And this does not have extension. Then we continue on our merry way. So now, if we go into here, we can provide our project extension, which I believe is .project. I mean, I have a const here. In fact, I should just use the ding dang const. Project extension. And we can compile, and things happened weirdly. What are these warnings saying? Okay, utility passing arguments to discards const qualifier from pointer target type. Extension. Oh, is it because of the type of the way I'm doing this static or this const value? That might be causing issues. Expected char pointer, but argument is of type const char pointer. Okay. Let's see what kind of weird, wacky world problems this causes. Let's just run it. Okay, and there's only one. Messy mansion .project. Beautiful. Splendid even. Now, I wonder if this is like a weird thing where it's like, hey, This works fine, but it may not work on every single compiler or every single like platform specific implementation. I'm not sure. This is gonna be a fun thing to figure out. But hey, it works. We can filter our files now, because if we do ls, you'll see we only have one messymansion.project. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? All right, let me catch up in chat. Never tried C# or any low level after college. It's fun. I mean, so C# isn't low level actually. It's very Java-esque. It's very much Java, Microsoft Java, with some new modern features that they've thrown in, like some functional stuff from F# and some niceties like span and whatnot. What is that? Salvadego. There we go. If NeoVim, yep, we're using Vim in games. What do you use to compile these multi-file programs? I only used IDEs before, and make files have to be written manually, it seems. Well, I'm doing something weird. Maybe not weird, but I'm doing like a Unity build or like a GLA build or something, where basically the entire program is a single compilation unit that's like just kind of built together as one thing. And I've learned there's some ways to like even allow circular dependencies, but doing it this way requires that you design and architect your solution in a very particular way, because circular dependencies across structs, I believe, causes issues. I think they mentioned there's some ways around it still, but yeah. So I do it like this, and I just use some good old GCC, because if you compile this main file, it's going to end up compiling these other things. Like these other classes kind of, you can think about it almost conceptually, get copied and pasted into this file. So everything in the application will just get copied and pasted here. So by the time you get to main, all that stuff exists above head. So it's actually pretty straightforward. Like if I go into my build file, it's just literally gcc main.c task out lm, and that's it. And I imagine there's gonna be more things that grow onto this project file as time progresses, which is why I'm kind of having it there, because nothing sucks more than going to a project and forgetting what specific command I had to type to make it build. But yeah, that's the gist of it. That's the gist of how this whole operation works. And I'm actually really happy with our progress, so we're just gonna file getting and filtering works. Beautiful. Beautiful. Splendid even. Good, bro. It compiles depending on the compiler you use and the flags you pass, like wall wearer. Ah, okay. Use VS Code BAST for coding experience. BAST? What's VS Code BAST? The macro is a const. The macro is a const, and the compiler will ignore the const. It won't matter, but if the flag where exists, it won't compile. Wearer changes warnings to errors. Oh, okay, got you. No, not soundtrack or Conrad. We're not that cool. We're just doing a basic task management thing. I should probably word my stream better a little. We're not doing a tracker. We're trying to make a really cool, fun-looking task management app that doesn't look like anything in corporate America, so that when managing my own personal game development, I don't have to like I'm not sucked back into that. Like it still feels distinctly different. So if I were to build it and run it like this, it's the task manager is called Riven Done, and it's like this ASCII based thing, and I have some ideas for how I want it to look and work. So, but yeah, right now, like this is just like the main page. Like the first stream was like basically setting up the basic foundations and like getting this pseudo, it's like kind of fragment shader type thing going on, even though it's not parallelized like a fragment shader. and then getting some basic foundations for how the application's gonna be laid out. And now I'm in a position. Now we're actually starting to work with things like the main screen, where this screen should actually display all the project files that are in your current directory. And you can select existing ones, or if you want to, you can create a new one. So we're going to start making this initial project view implementation, and then we're going to start going to the board view, which is going to be where all the meats and potatoes are going to be, because that's where you're going to see all your actual tasks displayed, and the data is going to be rendered, and everything has to be command driven, so we can undo and redo. So there's going to be like a command stack that exists, and we're going to do some other fun things like that. It's gonna be a trip, as well as like file rating and writing, which that should be pretty straightforward, honestly. But yeah. What's up, Lazy Panda? Is it just Vim? Yeah, I'm just using Vim. Good old-fashioned Vim. C programmers working on low-level languages. I do web dev myself. Hey, man. You should give it a try sometime. I actually was doing some web dev last week because I was like, you know what, let's just try. Because I need to make a new version of the website with actual information. So this is like my website for cozycabingames.com, and I wrote this I made my own like library in TypeScript, which is meant to kind of have the same game loop and kind of component structure that Unity has. So I did this. And that was cool, but I was like, this doesn't really feel like web dev. It feels like I wrote my own abstraction to get away from dealing with the low-level thing, like dealing with the actual things of web dev, and instead just authoritatively enforcing how things should interact and work. And it's cool, but I was like, you know what, last week I was like, let's try seeing what it would look like if I just do web dev like I was back in the early 2000s with just HTML, CSS, and maybe a skosh of JavaScript. Yeah, web dev's a whole different ball game though, because it's just front end. We haven't talked about back end stuff, and there's some considerations I'm having there because I kind of want to make my own forum. But I need to get back to game deving. I need to finish the game, and I also want to have task management be done in a way that's very that doesn't resemble like my day job. I like my day job. I enjoy it. But I'd rather not use Jira. Bring that, or ClickUp, or whatever hack and plan, or whatever alternative that exists out there. I just want something that feels distinctly different. Feels very me. And, I think the closest thing is like a Brisky, but even then, it's just a fun project. I want to do some C stuff, because eventually I do want to do my own, continue work on the game engine project, but I think getting some exposure. I'm using C++ for the engine project, but getting some exposure in C is kind of fun. And who knows, man? Maybe I just rewrite it to be in C, because it's kind of fun, actually. We'll see, though, once we get into more stateful and more complicated problem spaces. This is the easy stuff. This is like single function stuff. We haven't gone to application state management or anything. Nor have I had to do like significant refactorings, and nor have I encountered the cases where I want to do, I don't know, where namespaces or the lack of namespaces bite me in the butt. But so far, I'm enjoying it. It's fun. We're living life like Larry. And let's just document this for ourselves. I don't know what kind of documentation style is enforced here, but I'm just gonna do some. I think this is like JS doc, right, or something like that. That's not great documentation. That's like an example. Whatever. Turns. 1. If same. Easy enough to remember. I can go back here, clean up a little bit. Should probably catch some more error cases, like if this doesn't work out. We'll burn that bridge when we cross it. So we now can iterate through a directory. We can get the files that are there. Let's actually go into our project files view. Yeah, project view, I believe, is where this would exist. We also have to move some logic from the application file here. Could we have like a little folder, or we have something here? Where is this view being executed? There we go. Project view. So we have our pseudocode. We draw the background. That works. We now have the means to load the project files, and then with that, we can actually build a proper view of our application, which is precisely what we mean to do. So I'm actually just going to yoink. Actually, I want to yoink this. We're going to do a lot of yoinking, I think. We're going to... because I want this to be in its own file. Because I can imagine this becoming more extensive. Or maybe not. Maybe it shouldn't become more extensive. I don't know. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Makes me happy. I'm glad, Conrad. Vim is great, dude. I love Vim. Jacob Trujillo. This is random, but do you remember any points where you felt you truly started to understand programming or had a grasp of concepts? This is like a weird, like memory, because it's like very simple. But like I remember in college, like learning about what, like I had to take an object-oriented class, and they're like, hey, there's these things like abstract classes and interfaces, and I was like, all right, cool, and then kind of forgot most of that, and then I got a job and I did some stuff there, and then I got this job or another job, and then I was like, all right, we're starting to grasp this stuff. I'm starting to understand inheritance and actual application, and I'm trying to understand architecting, how you kind of approach architecting certain problems. But I remember dealing with this specific issue, and I was like, all right, we're gonna do like this, and this guy said like, hey, you should, in this scenario, you can design like that, but you can also design it with a strategy pattern, and there's gonna be this and this consequence. And I'm not gonna say this is the ideal that I should have used a strategy pattern, but that's when it clicked for me. I was like, oh, this is what interfaces, how they work. Oh, and this is why there's these things that exist around like this code base, and why they use that. And so I started understanding like, okay, why people use it. And I was like, all right, cool. I feel like I'm starting to understand this whole idea of object-oriented programming. But then like I started having the flip side of like, okay, I started using it like everywhere, and then I started realizing, hey, there's actually a lot of times where I shouldn't even use that, because that's just redundant, and maybe it's just adding more hassle than it's actually worth. So I think when I went full circle, that's when I was like, okay, we went from not knowing to knowing it and wanting to use it everywhere, to then knowing of it, but then knowing when to specifically use it, and when it's actually better just have a ding dang enum and have differing behaviors or whatnot. And I think like once I start understanding like, hey, a lot of this stuff is actually more so managing communication lines versus actual ideal solutions to problems, is when I started realizing, oh, okay, I understand now. Like, it's important to know this, but like a lot of this stuff is actually done not because it's the most efficient solution, but it's because that's the road of least the road of least communication between different owners of modules or whatever. Yeah, I think that's what kind of sticks in my mind. I'm not sure if I answered your question quite correctly, but that's the best I can sum it up right now. So if we do this, we're gonna have to have it exist in a particular state where the application exists beforehand, because you may want to modify stuff there, but the function that calls this needs to exist somewhere else. So this is a weird area where you have to like have these project views be included in a very particular place. And this is what file is this? Project view. So we have application, and where is these functions at? Okay, board view, and there we go. Can I do this here? I feel like I should be. This feels right. We're gonna find out though. Cool. We have application run and all this fun things, and then I'm gonna yoink this because this is actually more relevant towards this function over here, where we get the directories of project extension, and we're not going to printf any of this business. We're actually not going to do any of this printfing. We're just going to get the files, and then we can actually start doing the build view from here. Alright, let me catch up and chat real quick, guys. I'm a teenager and I'm interested in learning coding. Is it true that AI will replace coders soon? I'm just curious. I don't think so at all, Junior. I think the only place that's really like targeting is junior and entry level jobs, but at a certain level, like companies are gonna have to still hire juniors or force that certain positions exist so that there's a pipeline of some sort for seniors to arise from the pool. But yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. And honestly, I think the people who abuse the use of AI are losing something of value that might even prevent them. Might be a hindrance in employment later on, but at least that's my view. I guess there's also different subsections of that, because I think like students may or may not. Like it's a weird double-edged blade. Like I feel like students can potentially have like the most short-term benefit of it, but then long-term they're losing something from it by not searching for information in this more like not searching for information and actually doing some investigative work, because like by learning that skill of investigating and searching for things, you know, you get better at doing that, so that when a problem arises that isn't actually, you know, that AI can't magically solve, you at least have this ability to search and scour for information, and or even better, you have this underlying set of peripheral knowledge you've gained from doing that so many times, where you can just intuitively kind of suss out issues that very quickly. I made it simple to do in Vim using buffers in Windows. Didn't really like the development, but glad I finished it. I'm glad to hear that, Salvadego. I don't know why I keep messing up your name, Salvadego. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right. But that's sick, dude. Yeah, I've thought about maybe making my own text editor. There's some weird implications that come from it too, of like, hey, how do you want to handle and organize data? Like, do you just want to do like one fixed buffer? That's probably sucks. Do you want to have like a linked list? So that's probably going to be slow and efficient. Do you want to have like a linked list of buffers? That might work better. I think like Vim does that. And there's like a gap structure that I really don't understand, but I think is used more frequently. Usually prefer development more than when I finish a project, but working with UI is not so familiar in environments, so it's just better than I thought. Yeah, I actually have that too. Like I prefer the process of making games and actually finishing it. Like even when I publish a game that's reasonably, like gets a reasonable reception, I'm still like, I kind of feel a little like I'm like, all right, that's cool, but what do I do now? It's a common problem for people to use way too much OOP. Yeah, right. And also, good to see you, Kate. Also, what's up, Otto? But no, like OOP is like I mean, there's a great video about something called Conway's Law, and then Conway's Nightmare, which kind of describes how a lot of OOP practices are kind of just concessions made to limit or to kind of try to mitigate communication costs, because honestly that's like the biggest thing. There's a book called A Mythical Mammoth that talks more about it, where you can have one programmer working at one productivity, but when you add a second programmer, it's not 2x the productivity, it's like 1.8 at the very best or something, because there's this added cost now of having to communicate and coordinate changes and mutations to the application. And then as you grow in more programmers, the efficiency and actual productivity in general never reaches the sum of the sum total, right? Because it's like the worst case, it could be like a mesh topology where everyone has to kind of coordinate with everyone else. Ideally, that's probably not the case, but there's still some level of that going on. So yeah, inefficiencies, and then you start having those like wastes that accrue in production, which is like, I mean, one of the big ones is like the cost of like having to transmute or acquire information, and if that's not done well, then what ends up happening is that people start implementing things in the wrong way because they don't coordinate well, and that leads to what? That leads to refactoring or incorrect things being built, and then all of a sudden now there's this extra cost to bug fix it, right? And refactor it. Or in the worst case, you built something that actually isn't required, and now all that work is wasted, so you just nix it, and that's just, that's just not retrieved. And then all that, the more awry this goes, the more that communication cost ramps up, because as new problems emerge, you have to talk about those things to make sure you're it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. So, yeah, really good book, man. You can kind of simulate interfaces in C as well using vtables, which with a little bit of macro magic to reduce boilerplate works pretty well. I've actually heard about that, right? Or at least I've heard of vtables, and I've also heard you can make like, I guess this is what a vtable is. Like, is it? Like I've done this thing before where I had like an array of function pointers for different objects of different types that are just going to execute the same type of thing, which is cool. I ended up ditching it though, because part of what I was doing at that time was trying to make something that was very cache coherent. So like, sure, you can have a table of all the functions, but if these things are in different places or of different size or whatever, like you could end up blowing cache, but in practice probably not. But during that time I was trying to explore that. But you could have files that don't have extensions. Example bin. Well, this is my own specific project extension. Like this is the weird thing of like, hey, I'm making this application just for me. So like, unlike applications that are going to be facing normal users, I know what the extension should be, and if I don't do it, that's just on me at this point. I'm not sure if I would open a GitHub issue against myself for that. But let me read this though, because I think it's valuable to be aware of it in general. The file's based on extension, but you could have files that don't have extension. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because I'm just checking the last n characters of a file, so it doesn't validate that there's like a period, right? Like you could have no period there. Well, I guess by this having a period in it, it kind of enforces, but like that's a different thing. But yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. The extension example: bin files, FIFO. The right way to check is to take the entry EP DTREG. This ensures that it is file, not because in Unix they all appear as files, so you have to check for regular files, DTREG. All right, you know what, where am I? I think there's something worth in doing things well. So I'm actually going to modify this to cover that case. Because even if I have this idea, you know what, why not? What is the cost of doing things correctly? Oopsie. Oh my goodness. You see said EP-D underscore type equals DT underscore reg. And this is something that's part of dirent.h. I believe you mentioned so. Okay. So now are we checking to see target extension? Actually, you should probably do this first. So we do this, DTREG, and then not null, and has extension. Or if it's not of extension, then, well, actually it should be not reg. This is going to be our skip condition, right? And I'm assuming this is data type or directory type regular. So if it's not regular, ooh, this actually might be wrong. Actually, these should be like conjoined in a different way, yeah. Or, so if it's not a regular, we're just gonna skip it. Or, if this is not equal to null, actually, it should be all, because if target extension, oh, this is dictating if we want to even check for this to begin with. Okay, that's a different thing. Okay. Then yeah, okay, this, I think this actually should be correct now. So either this or that. Let's verify our little, this change to make sure that it is correct. No, I didn't want to quit. No, all my buffers are gone. Oh well. And run. And it seems to work correctly. Cool. Now let's test it again, but without this file qualifier. And this will be the real test to see if, because it should not contain anything that's not a regular directory, right? So in this case, I pass null, we build, we run, and sweet. So we don't see those like dot or dot directories. We see this one though. But all these other ones are like valid directories or valid files. Sick, man. Thank you, RMI. This is actually good to know. Because I imagine in the future I'm probably going to have to do something with this as well too anyways. So it's better just to have this coverage here. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably going to be recycling a lot of this for future stuff. Because if you already have a header file that does something you want it to do, why not just use it, right? Okay, we don't need this extra. Okay, and let's try. Or maybe there's a case that I'm just not aware of either that might actually be bad, and I'm just kind of underplaying it out of ignorance. Project view, cool. We have our directories, we enumerate through these. See, I feel like we should cache this though, because this is called every single frame, and I don't want to have this be. I don't want this to rebuild and call this directory. Like, I don't want this to do. Like, at the end of the day, it's like doing some system stuff, right? So it's probably better just to cache this as opposed to getting it every single. But hey, you know what? We can, if we check every single frame, we can add files, and it's reactive all of a sudden, guys. Don't mind that we're doing this file system queries every single frame. We're doing that on purpose because we want to have a file system that reacts. Let me put on, I forgot, I had this CD player here to play some like video game music in the background. Oh, I feel tempted to now. But at the same time, kind of like the silence or chill we have going on here. What's up, Harsh Singh? My name was never pronounced correctly. Oh no, Salva. I tried. Oh, so what's up, Jisoo? Ensures that it is a file, not a FIFO dir block sock, because in Unix they all appear as files. Yeah, that's a weird thing I have to wrap my head around, because it's like everything is files. I was dealing with some firmware stuff, and for ALSA sound things, I was like, oh, that's kind of weird that this stuff that normally would be like something different is just a file that I can play around with and break my system. And I actually kind of did broke my system, but that's a different thing. Not on this machine, on my laptop. What you describe as a hash table with functions, pointers as values. Yeah, the has extension function is probably better described as has suffix. Probably, yeah. More descriptive. No, I'm not making my text editor, Draco. That'll be like next. I also want to get a game done at some point. I need to actually go back to the main. I have to go back to Unity Land. I should probably do it soon, because like the more I work here, the more I'm like, I really like this more than working in there, but alas, I need to get a game done. Yeah, I think I might change that name to the suffix though. Didn't know that this project is your own extension. I'm in a bit delay. It's all good. Also, this is like, I think I mentioned it like a few streams ago. I didn't even mention it today on this stream, so don't pay them no mind. All right, beautiful Kate. We're gonna just let it rock then. We're gonna let it rock. We're not gonna cache nothing. We're just gonna rock and just think about how we're gonna enumerate this stuff, and then how we're gonna deal with state as well, because we have to have some kind of just volatile state for project view of like, hey, like for example, where's your cursor? That's a good thing to know. So we're gonna iterate through the file. We're actually gonna keep this because I like this title, but now we're gonna be changing the name to be, actually this is just a file name, so I can just, I really want to get rid of this parameter because it feels very redundant to type str length when, like, I might as well just move this into the function of write buffer. I really should just do that. Or potentially to write like a overload. I know C doesn't do overloads, but essentially an overload. Let's do x of 5, and then height is going to be I plus, I don't know, y padding. Let's do like 3 characters or 4 characters from the top. Y underscore padding. So we have this, we have file, we have str length file, we have the wrap length, which I guess is not really applicable in this case anyways. Let's just run it. Let's be wild, dude. Let's go nuts. Let's just see if this applications. Build. Hey, we have our messy mansion project enumerated there, dude. Let's add a couple. Let's go crazy. We have messy mansion. What else do we want to do? Want to make let's make a Riven done project. And you know what? Let's make the cozy engine project as well. We're gonna need that. And what else am I gonna need? Like, what other projects do I have going on? There's the website project, the cozy site dot project, and oh, I should probably type touch, don't I? Also, need to have a quit button for this application state at any given point so we can re-enable the cursor. Okay, these are things. Oh, I am so happy. I am so incredibly happy. Now I'm realizing though that we have this issue of we needed to figure out input at some point. And that's like the biggest question mark I have in my mind. Actually, no, I have something for that. There's like one external dependency aside from like the system stuff that we have for this. And so we're going to try that out and see if that works. But I don't know. Part of me just kind of wants to try it myself. Have a separate thread. Do scene or something. I don't know. I need to look at how they do it. Let me add a little extra sauce here though. Let's at least draw a cursor as well. In fact, I'm tired of writing Sterling. I just want to give stuff to the buffer and just let it work. We're doing this anyway, so where's draw buffer or write to buffer? Wrap length. Get that out of here. We're just gonna do what was the value again? Length. We're gonna keep it dumb simple. We'll add some coverage for if char's null later. Eat your heart out, Rust. We're not handling the none option here. We're just gonna let it throw. And then everything's gonna break. It's okay. It's okay. Things can break. Actually. Cool, write to buffer too many arguments. How many places are we using this? Better now than later. Write to buffer. Is it really just 2 places, main dot and then is it all in buffer? Let me catch up and chat real quick. And also, I'm gonna play some VGM music because I really need it. Just want some VGM vibes a little bit in the background. Alright, let me catch up and chat real quick. My bad, guys. What's the font that you're using? I have no idea. It's like the one that comes with Wes term, I think. Like, let's find out. Yeah. Let's see. No, it's not. I'm using a Gavin Nerd font. And this is the particular one I'm using. There you go. What's up, Rishu? Yeah, it's called Idea Vim. You can use you can install Idea Vim on any like modern IDE or text editor, and it'll let you have Vim motions in your text editor of choice. It's very cool. You should just stop writing char pointer and write a simple string view. What do you mean a string view? Like a struct to contain that, or what's up, Coding Crash? Artwork Studios. Oh hey, yeah, man, what's going on? Morgan, the Morgan has appeared. Let's go. Thank you, Morgan. On it, dude. Just locked in. Oh, brother. Riven Done is becoming greater and greater every single day. Yeah, I should make a struct for this project view, though. Because you have an application project view. We should actually pass in, like, because the data has to live somewhere, right? So we have application create, we have project view. Do we have? Oh, that's like the enum. I'm gonna make changes to be all enums. Like each enum is gonna be prefixed with the E. Capital E for the enum type, lowercase e for enum properties. I think that's gonna make life less confusing and strange. And in here, we're gonna do nice. Nice. And then we have to go to all our usages of the buffer, write to buffer function. So the simplest ones would be application project view, which takes in a float time variable. Yeah, here we get rid of this now. Easy. Straight length, easy. Get rid of that. Nice. And then where's our buffer? There's our buffer. Any usage here. Okay. No other usages. Hopefully this just compiles. No. Write to buffer too many arguments. This is happening in project view. Where in project view though? I believe I removed that, didn't I? Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Oh, right here. Okay, build. Beautiful, now we can run. And things work, perfect. And then now, what I can do is start adding this cursor. Let's just preview what the cursor looks like before we start, because we have to deal with input. That's gonna be the big thing, is dealing with input. That's the thing that scares me a little bit. Makes me a little scared tiger. Let's see here though. So we have our X and Y defined here. In fact, let's just make things even more simple. Okay. Nice. Okay. So we define our X and Y, we pass them in there, so now I can even add another thing to write to the buffer, which is our cursor. And we can do like if I equals, say, 0 for right now. We're gonna do things differently in the final dealio, but for right now, I would like to just experiment to visualize in my mind's eye what we wish to draw. So there's option 1 of having this kind of cursor, and we're not seeing it. I'm not pleased. Why is this I not equal to 0? If I equals 0, we draw. Oh, because it's being overridden, that's why. We also have to subtract like 2, let's say. Okay, that's simple. That's a nice, easy, simple cursor. We may want to do something else though. What are some other things that may look cool? We have to actually start thinking about our Y object, our text object, because it's going to dictate, like right now, if I were to keep increasing the size of our cursor, like let's say you want to make it have, I don't know, potentially even, let's see here. So if you want to make this like multiple, like an actual arrow, you're gonna see it's gonna be like overwritten, and you're just gonna see the two things, right? And that's because it's naturally gonna just extend out that way. What I'm thinking about doing, or what I intend to do, or what I believe is gonna be 100% necessary to do, is that we're gonna have some type of text object that's going to have some kind of bounds information onto it, and not only bounds information but also dictate where we're going to position things, so that if we position things, let's say from I don't know, center left or top, let's say top left or top right, that arrow would actually be pushed out further that way instead to compensate, so it would grow out unboundedly in that direction instead of this direction. It's a whole thing though, because it's like there's some weird state information we have to think about if we want to calculate things like in immediate mode, so we calculate the size bounds, or if we want to have it be cached and retained, and I have to think about this a little bit. Let me catch up though real quick on chat, my bad. Love the setup. Have a great day. Thank you, Dream Fantasies. I appreciate it. He's cooking. I'm trying to mind control. I'm trying to, Mr. Mind Control. We're looking up. You said it wasn't good enough, but still, we're trying one more at a time. So you're making a game using C#? Yeah, I'm using C# for the actual main game. C# Unity. Can't stay long, so I have to go as I have school today. Hey, you have a good day at school though, Artwork Studios. You have a good one. The goat? I'm not sure I'm the goat. I feel like the scrub, honestly. But, you know what? It's not much, but it's honest work. Just trying to get good. That's all I'm trying to do. I just want to get good. I can say, hey, I can totally do C, or hey, I feel like I could totally architect this application in C. But until you do it, that's just talk. And you know what? As in doing this, I'm realizing how fraudulent I am. How many things I don't know, or am not aware of, or need to become aware of. It's amazing. That's like how do you know you're growing? When your pride gets wounded a little bit. That's how you know that there's room for growth. Hey, what's up, Hunteru? And Sir Clay. And Rishu. I believe I said hi to you earlier, Renee, but in case I didn't, hello. I don't know if fraudulent was the right word. Well, it's the word that captures how I feel. At times, at least. I'm not sure if it's the actual correct word to use in actuality. Either way, I'm not too worried about that. I'm actually just enjoying. It's I can't describe it. It's like actually very enjoyable to deal with C and actually like using GDB and dealing with these different problems. Like, hey, dude. Yeah, you didn't initialize your variable, so it's not like the compiler catches it and just throws this known simple thing. It's or better does an assumption for you like it does in C#. It goes, hey, you didn't specify an integer, so guess what's going to happen, buddy? You're going to have a segmentation fault that's going to behave differently depending on where you're running it, because guess what? When you're running on normally, it's just going to be whatever value just incidentally happened to be in that unassigned integer, which can just blow past your value ranges. Whereas like in GDB, it keeps things nice and clear. In fact, can I reproduce that bug? It should be easy. I think it's let me find it. I don't know, there's something about having this raw, unfettered like interaction with what's going on under the hood that makes things feel almost more real. It's very weird to describe it that way, but it's like it feels actually real. Like the things I'm doing actually have some kind of weird consequence on the machine I'm working on. And likewise, the machine has like this feedback mechanism that lets you know, hey, this is what's going on. Where is it? I think it's in the not session data, not an application. It's not here. Did I close this file? Oh, I think I did actually. Maybe load it up. I believe it's utilities. And I believe it was like which integer was it? Yeah, count. If I just get rid of this, if I just get rid of these two bad boys and compile it, it's gonna compile. It's gonna be fine. And if I run it, segmentation fault, and it's like, oh, that's weird. And then we go into GDB and we run it. Oh, it actually seg faulted. Oh, I remember. I wonder if it still remembers the setting I set last time. It wouldn't seg fault here. It wouldn't do that. But now it is. That's cool, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of curious, actually, if it remembers that setting to disable its or enable random. I forgot what it was. It was some kind of like memory thing it did. Yeah, look at that. Or maybe it's because I is not. I think I initialized I maybe, but not count. Let's actually. I want to see if I can reproduce it. Okay, segmentation fault. Oh wait, 1 second. 1 second. I have to do GDB. GDB. Task.out. Run. Yes. Nope, still doing the segmentation fault. Maybe it has the settings still on. I forgot what setting it was. I need to go back and Google it. Either way, it's just cool. It's pretty cool, man. Either way, if this was C#, it would just say, hey, I bet you, buddy, I think he meant you want this to be 0, so we're just going to initialize it 0 for you. Or actually, it has this whole default initializer thing as well, but I think C kind of has that with like this operator, but that's what it feels like the way I see it used in practice, but it's still cool, man. It's still cool. All right, let me catch up and chat real quick. That's cool. I was looking for some stream like this. Well, you found it, Rishi. I'm making the most mid pasta. The most mid pasta. I wonder. Now I'm curious. Cause I've not, like, for me, there's no concept of like a mid pasta. It's either it's good or it's just not good. Like, I can't even conceive what a mid pasta is. That kind of perplexes me a little bit. Though something kind of related to weird pasta, I heard online somewhere that if you get noodles and you sprinkle sugar on it, white powder sugar, and then pour syrup on it, it actually tastes really good. Never verified these claims myself, but if someone's ever done that, I would like to hear some either confirmation or denial of these claims as to whether or not it's actually good. Alrighty. I'm gonna lean back in my chair. I'm pulling a shrimp. I'm like contorting like a shrimp right now. There we go. This is the gamer posture. Reclined all the way back. Hands lowered as it's meant to be. What we're doing? We're doing something. This is task manager, text object buffer. Yeah, I was contemplating how I want to deal with the text buffer stuff. I almost sort of don't want to do that. I feel like I just kind of want to get, because all I need really is to do horizontal justification, and with the wrap value, it's very simple to actually ascertain that size. So I might just make a simple function to be like, hey, I don't know, text get height, and just do something really simple. Because I think the expression is fairly easy enough, and we're gonna be drawing it in a very immediate mode way, so we can actually check which element's been drawn already and then do that. So I think there's actually some. I think I might just bypass this whole notion because I don't think we actually need it for our application, if I'm not mistaken. I believe buffer has this. Here we go. Yeah, I believe I have some functions somewhere in here to get. Yeah, y offset is like float wrap length. Yeah, that's literally it. And I think wrap length is going to be known contextually, so I could very well just do the thing. I'm going to try this out. If not, then I'll actually do a more robust, reusable solution, but yeah, I think this might be just the simplest conceptually and architecturally, and may just achieve all that I desire. Though I will need. Oh, what am I doing? Wait a second. That was on a per. So this would be like text length. So we'd need to have like, this would be text.stir length. And that would achieve my means. I'm not sure I need these float casts for precision. Maybe down there, I don't know. We want to have high precision down here, but then up here, buddy, we want to keep it very simple and make it an integer. And that's going to return our height, so we can position things correctly. And I imagine that should be fine. It tastes good, but the beef isn't made. Ah, I see. It's meat sauce with canned Italian sauce, red sauce, ground beef, fried onion, and garlic. You know, that might be that. Okay. So you have good executions. You're lacking the things you need. Happened to my internet. How is a 7 gigabit update going to make my Xbox X 10 hours? Wait, what? Did you hear that they broke Minecraft? What do you mean they broke Minecraft? The version on like Xbox? That's crazy, dude. Calvin Porter. Hey, YouTube recommended me the channel. Well, glad to have you here, Calvin Porter. Make yourself cozy and at home. As you can see, this is basically just kind of a chill environment, hopefully, where we have nice ambiance and me getting very angry at code that I wrote because it doesn't do what I want it to do. Actually, I'm not really mad. Like, I don't think there's been really a time on stream where I get really angry at my code. I think the worst is I just get befuddled. Befuddled is a good word to describe what happens to me. But usually we got something going on. Okay, we're gonna try something. We need to get input happening at some level. So this is where we're gonna start using this include file. Because what I think, the issue with like scanf, or is it scanf, or whatever input function C has, is that it blocks, and you have to not only type in the character but press enter. which kind of sucks. If you want to have like the illusion of real-time input. I did find this thing though, online on some forum, and it seemed to have worked as I desired it to. So I might have to go to that project I have on here and refer to how I did it there, and maybe just say good enough. Yeah, I think it's called minimal.h. Like, it's crazy. It's not like I didn't find it on a repository or anything. It's just a forum, and a guy just threw it on there, and it's like almost a decade old or something, and it just works. I'm like, all right. Thank you, random stranger. You have helped me immeasurably. All right, and we're gonna go to. This was in. Which one is it? I think it's in the one-off. Yeah, and I think we go to. Because I was using C++ to compile this. Hopefully that doesn't bite me in the butt. I really hope it doesn't. But you never know. And there's a simple... Oh, I think it does. It uses... Because there's templating. I'm seeing templates being done here. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're using atomic for the threading stuff. No, no. How could they have done this to me? C is not OOP. Noah, it is procedural. I guess you can, but you can recreate your own OOP if you want in there. Like the same way Tony Stark built an arc reactor in a cave with a box of scraps. You can also make your own your own language in C. Oh man. Thank you. Hethric, I believe that's how I'm gonna pronounce it. What does Ascii tracker mean? It's a task management thing. Like a task tracker. I should really make. In fact, I'm gonna change the name of the stream. Because I feel like this is too confusing, even for me. Ascii task manager. I think that would be significantly more clear as to what it's doing. Alrighty, so this is where we do this really cool thing where I admit I don't know everything, and in fact I know very little, and we're just gonna go on Google and type get input key. No, you go away. Get key input in C. Multi-thread. On separate thread. Let's see if there's anyone magical who can do these things for me. With multiple threads. Oh my goodness. Implementing a key press event in C with multiple threads. Using conio.h and get, but this is... Okay, what is going on here? Okay, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Honestly, I might make even my own little structure, so we don't worry about the actual individual keys pressed on the keyboard, but maybe have them tied to bound to an action or something. I do that in the C++ engine project, but let's see here. What do you have for me? And I don't want to use curses. We're not going to use that. I want to try to keep it as dependent minimal as possible. To not drag isn't trivial. It requires some C skills and some Unix knowledge. That runs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sample output. Is this our guy? What does he have for us? So you have all these different things. Okay, makes sense. String, termio, sys types. Okay. Key Q. Okay. And then a char key. Type that struct thread info. So TID TQ mutex. Q from race condition between threads. Okay, that's good to know. That's so cool. So like I'm used to like mutexes and like Rust and C++ have their own things that achieve that. Like Rust, I know Rust has like mutex, has refcell and those kind of things. There's like different behavior, but what it's doing here, what it does there is the same. So I'm kind of curious how you work with this here, because I'm used to working with these things in like a generic sense where you have like this mutex struct, or even like an atomically reference counted struct, and you wrap it within, you wrapped an object within it to make it be subject to reference counting or mutex guarding or whatever. I'm kind of curious how you do that here in the land of no generics. Keys, char pointer keys, name, static struct terminals. Okay. Fire up thread, size of threads, thread info. Okay. Wait, why is it threads divided by size of threads? This is so foreign to me, dude. I have never done any kind of multi-threading in C. So we're gonna be learning today, guys. And then, oh my goodness. So it starts 3 threads, T1, T2, T2, which each have a key Q structure on them as well as a char field. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Again, I'm really bad with this. Currently taking software methodology. We learned the design aspects of OOP. Oh, for real, Noah? What are they covering over there right now in OOP specifically? Polyhedron. So this is a bash OS alternative with UI. I'm not sure if it's a bash. No, PS. I'm not sure what PS is. All I know is I'm just a simple guy who wanted to have a project management software that wasn't one of the major ones that are on the web. Can I run this? There we go. So you guys can see what I'm talking about. Catching up. What's up, Zero? I didn't acknowledge your existence, Zero. Hello, Zero. Outside of data science, Python is great for modeling stuff, modeling games, modeling ideas. I am not sure if I would agree with that. Wait. So what do you mean modeling? I don't know. I have a very big bias, and I'm willing to admit that. And I always preface this. I know people have done impressive things in these languages, so I'm not gonna say it's like impossible to do anything good with it. It's just my views. I'm not gaslighting. Who's gaslighting? Yeah, I just learned about each library's method and so on. Since when was a Python simple? Seriously, you did silence me at one point. The sound of CRT monitor makes my eyes twitch. Can you hear it, actually? Is PS and Bash lists all process active on Linux. No. So not like a operating system task. Oh my god, it's hard to describe, write a title that's actually like communicates it. Because I initially named this as a Ascii tracker project because it's meant to be a project tracker or task tracker project, and I changed it to be like a task management software. But I'm like, oh, tasks are a thing in operating systems. I just want to make a simple like Jira board thing, like a simple board application that's just on terminal, ASCII, using Neo and Vim motions. That is what I'm trying to achieve here. Yeah, I haven't existed until now. Zero. I'm sorry, Zero. Prototyping, Cozy Cabin Games. Prototyping? I guess so. Like, I feel like prototyping is much more less language and much more tools at that point. Did you make the wave like animation? Yeah, I did. We did it with like a fragment shader type thing. It's cool. It's a signed. Well, it's not a signed. Yeah, it is. It's a signed distance function. So we define a sine wave, and then for each fragment on this, which is basically each character, there's like a signed distance from on the y position to the nearest point on the curve. And then we use that to determine like the gradient value we use there. It's pretty fun. Do I need help? Nah. Even if I did need help, there's something fun about just doing it yourself, rolling up your sleeves and just grinding it through it. You're like asking me, hey, do you want to eat that dessert you have in front of you? I can take that dessert from you. It's like, no, man, I want to eat this. I want to. Okay, maybe dessert's not a great word, or great example here, because I want to say, no, I want to get the nutrients. But like, I like dessert. That's less like nutrients and more like trans fats and corn syrup and all this other stuff. But you get the idea. You get the idea. I want to get better. I want to get good. And part of that is just walking the walk and putting some time in the saddle. Okay, we're going to do this thing where I just say, hey, you know what? We're just going to yoink this. Thank you. What's his face? Where is this person? Thank you, Clearlight. Note, calloc is used instead of malloc because unlike malloc, yeah, initializes memory, yep, to zeros. It's very cool. Alright. We're gonna yoink this. Because I think I'm not gonna... First I want to see if this works. And then I think just understanding it is gonna be better done through actually looking through what's even happening here. Because there's a lot going on. You know, actually I even just... I should even just make a new file for this, shouldn't I? Yeah, because if we do the fscanf thing, that's going to just be rough. What am I trying to do here? Because I have two things open here, because this is the project, the other project. Yeah, we're not going to reference this anymore because that's C++ and friendship with C++. Unless I can do the thing where I just say, hey, I'm technically using C, but I'm not because I'm actually using C++ for this one thing. But everything else in the project is C. But that feels like cheating. That feels lame. If I'm going to be real with you, that actually does feel lame. So I'm not going to... We're going to try rolling our sleeves up here and try to figure it out from here. I guess not really rolling my sleeves up. We're going to be... standing on the shoulder of giants. What is this called? I don't know. Input.h. Let's just use that. Okay, let's just kind of walk through what's even going on here. Also, I wonder if having these circular includes... Because we have these includes already in other files, so I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Hopefully not, but we do not know. Also, someone joined the Discord? No, 1 second. Load. Load for me. You know, I do that effort to try to not use the key here, but then Discord forces me to do this. And hey, we have some new friends. What's up? Well, let me zoom in a little bit. Let me do a little zoomy. What is up, C. Duran? Good to have you here, man. And I am Div. The mythical I am Div. Maybe you can help me learn how to center a div. Maybe you can be the person who delivers me to that promised land of centering divs. What is a game? Now exposing my thing. Exposing my tag. Beautiful. Also, let me catch up. Install browser in Linux be like. What was the extension called for Vim and VS Code? Idea Vim. Just search up. You can search up Vim or Vim motions, and you'll get the. There'll be plenty of things that do it, but the main one I believe is Idea Vim Reshoe. Probably if you plan on using templates, right? They would probably only be a probably if you plan on using templates. Yeah, I'm not going to use templates. Like, are you talking about C++ templates? Div, it's impossible to... Sad. No template center, or not, no div centering. Sad day indeed. See, this is why we use tables, guys. We go back to tables. Tables is where it's at. Tables is all we need. Tables never hurt me. I know how to center a table. That's cheating. What's cheating? Alex Davis doing some yeah, thank you, Morgan. Can you use a lawyer attorney instead of friendship? Wait, what does that mean? Just, hey guys, hey, you know, I know that I'm paying you, and I know that you're gonna have like taxes and stuff at some point, and there's some, you know, employment protection laws in the state we're in, but you know what? I'm not gonna write you an offer letter. We're not gonna. This is just gonna be vibes, dude. It's gonna be just. I don't like the term employer. I like the term of friend who also provides and keeps you from homelessness. That's kind of my vibe here. So like, let's be chill, but also if you talk about unionizing, we're not gonna be really chill. Cause like, why would you do that, Stacy? That's like such a, gosh, like why would you? I thought we were like tight or something. So yeah, anyways, using C tag, the C++ using C tag, yeah, no, we're gonna not cheat today. We're not gonna use C++. We're gonna just try to learn what this person did and try using it ourselves, and maybe, just maybe, we can achieve greatness. Actually, I like my input manager I have in my engine class. I might, if I can get this, just read the char that's being used or currently pressed. I can just, that'd be enough for me to kind of opt it into my input manager system and have symbolic keybinds. How does one? Oh yeah, because it has a main, doesn't it? Yeah, it does have a main. So we're just gonna do this thing of saying, hey, you're not main anymore. You are run input. Okay, we're just gonna try compiling. And oh wait, I have to actually include it, don't I? Or do I have it included? Yeah, get rid of this minimal.h. Friendship broken. We were instead friends with input.h. Yep, beautiful. Yep, that's correct file. Wait, why does this specify the full path here, but then these don't? That makes me a little scared, but okay, we're just gonna rock with it. And then we're gonna... How many... Wait, 1 second. Okay, we have this, okay. We can run our build script. It builds without issue. And we can run task. And it's not doing anything. Yeah, templates. Yeah, we're not template gang here. It's going to hurt him in about 1 minute. Lawyer attorney is a design pattern so you can avoid using friendship. I had just started seeing the stream. Oh, okay. Oh, like an object-oriented design pattern? No, I'm not aware of that, actually. I should probably look at it. That sounds cool. Or at least it would be good to know. If Basic C even has friendship. Oh! Yeah, friendship is something specific. I mean, not specific to C++, but, yeah, because I'm like, yeah. I remember learning about this from somebody else. Yeah, C# has. Oh yeah. It's that's because you never encounter it that much in C#, where you can declare two classes friends so they can access. But you can do something kind of similar to that, but there's no friend keyword there. But yeah, yeah, that's such a weird thing. My brain is not used to it at all. Want no system bank in Euro would never be good enough to understand a stream like this. And how are you doing, Cass? Love the content. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. And thank you, Block. Digging all the clippies I see. There's been a lot of clippies popping in here. Love the clippies. Do you see what I'm seeing, guys? We're getting input. Oh, joyous day. What a great day it is. Now, the downside is that we're not seeing the UI we're supposed to be seeing. So that's kind of a bad deal. But, hey, that's a bingo. So the question is now, is this blocking main when you run input? And the answer is probably fire up threads. So what is this iteration going on? Like, what is this doing here? How are we iterating through this bad boy? This bad mamma jamma? Because I see these terms. We have a long I. We have I less than size of threads divided by size of thread info. I have no idea what that is and why that would be a terminator, or if that's even like a continuous thing. Because it says it's 3 threads, so it's like, all right. So it was 3 threads. I feel like the simplest thing would be doing 3, if that's what's happening. But I'm not sure if that's what's happening. I think it might be just like, I don't know. Or maybe it iterates for like the life cycle. I don't know, dude. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I should just debug log or GDB and add some breakpoints and walk through what's going on here. Because I am all sorts of confusion. And here my monitor is becoming more of kind of a liability, because like things are just too big to have on a single line. So it's a little rough. But hey, we can break it up like this. We can break it up like this, and it's manageable. Somehow, some way, life finds a way, right? And then we have this TC get attribute. Oh my goodness. Gravy, that is crazy. Well, actually, this is like more easy to understand formatting wise. So, and this is like an infinite loop, that's for sure. So this is within the initial scope. So I might not be able to just do a simple black box module, because there's some kind of iterator going through here to get stuff. So I instead might have to move this out of the for loop and put this into a function that's part of the life cycle of my update cycle. So like in that's what I'm assuming right now. That's what it seems like. Because And I'm assuming we're going to have to put this somewhere within, yeah, application.h. Like within this fundamental cycle, we'd probably have this input handled here. And then stored in some data structure that you can just query. And then these states, when they're rendering, they can just access this data structure to get the current state that was like sampled from these threads. Because I think what's happening is that these threads are just running, but then this infinite for loop is what's actually listening and getting the current state and then printing out. So if that's the case, it might be just as simple as like moving some of this logic from here and instead move it into a discrete function and call it as part of the life cycle of our method. And that might be just enough. The question is, though, if we do that, how? Because there's definitely some things that it's being passed in here, or it's referencing from this previous scope. We have to make sure we pass those things explicitly in that function call. So I think the biggest move would be yoinking all this, move it into a separate function, and then go through all the compiler errors and see what are the things this is requiring that we're not passing in explicitly, and just pass that in. So that this would be like a init, and then this would be like a, we'd have to cache this data somewhere too, because if this is dependent on this data from this inner scope and it gets, freed, that means there might be some data here that we have to actually cache as well, if I'm understanding this code correctly. So that is going to be a thing. That's going to be a little thing, dude. All right, let me catch up in chat, guys. But I got to go for a bit. Enjoy the stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate it. Thank you. You have a good one. Hope you rest well, eat your Wheaties or your mid spaghetti. No, pasta, you said. And hopefully you get your 8 hours of sleep. Plug in NASA CRT display meteor accelerator gigabyte tritone motherboard. And I'm sorry, these things you're saying, Illyria, I do not understand, but this sounds really sick, and I'm gonna Google this right now, and we're gonna either be surprised or ecstatic, and maybe I might have to, this will be, I'll find my end goal. I feel like I need to start stockpiling CRTs in case this one dies, because it's been acting kind of weird sometimes, and it kind of scares me. And if it dies, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, because like, I feel like my entire personality now has just become this thing, whether I wanted to or not. And now I have this issue, like, who am I without the CRT? Who am I? I know I've lived an entire lifetime without it. But it's like that Spider-Man thing. It's like, who am I without the suit? Board. Athlon 64. Okay, let's see these images. What do you got for me? Oh, this is a motherboard. This is a motherboard. Okay, I'm not too knowledgeable about what's going on here or the significance of this. It does look cool, though. I will say that. What's up, Ahmad? How you doing? What's up, Cas Ace? Cas S? Oh, you said hi to them. And you've been here for a second, though, Cas. I do be. Hey, guys. Hello Kitty Island Adventure 2 is on sale right now. How much is it going for? Maybe I should just spend all my... It's Trunch is $5. Hobo Tough Life is $8.99. Why is that in my cart? And then Hello Kitty Island Adventure is $29.99. So okay, maybe not as much as I would have wanted it. Alright, I need to turn off the candle. The smell is apparently too strong. Fun fact, my sense of smell is very weak. My sense of smell is very weak, so even though I'm being blasted by this candle, it doesn't bother me, but like my mom upstairs can like smell it, even though it's like my door's closed and everything. Very fun. Maybe because I'm using Ubuntu, it's called just Vim. Yeah, I'm just using Vim. Okay, let's see here. Probably sounds silly, but when I read task manager, I'm thinking he's writing a Kanban for... That's exactly what I'm doing, Joshua. That's exactly what I'm doing, Joshua. No, I'm actually legit making a ASCII terminal-based Kanban board, essentially. Just, you know, with a little bit more sauce. A little bit more sauce. A little bit more sauce. Like, tell me, what Kanban terminal have you seen that looks like this? Like, tell me, riddle me this, Batman. What Kanban board looks like this? Where you have your projects and you can actually select them and do stuff with it. Oh, man. When he makes his own game engine, once I finish a game, I know I bounce sometimes to the game engine on occasion, but the main thing is Messy Mansion. Do I have this open still? Yeah. I should really just download Discord at this point. I keep going there back and forth, but no, part of me just doesn't want it. I just don't wanna. Yeah, normally I'm working on oh, did someone join? Or is there a reply? Yeah, Rishi. Nice to have you here, man. It is a pleasure. Welcome all. It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance and have you as guests in my humble abode. No, that's not the word. I can't spell acquaintance. Okay, we're just gonna send it. We're just gonna send it. Oh, hey, Beta, what's going on, man? How's the Linux Mint treating you, man? I never use terminal, to be honest, unless it's simple bash code. I try to use terminal as much as possible, dude. Too complicated for a game, though? Nah. This is for all my games. Look at here. In this sample project, right? Like, we have Riven done, this task management app. We also have Messy Mansion, the main game project. Then we have the Cozy site, my website. And then the Cozy engine, which is the actual game engine I'm building for my game. And I'm telling you, there's going to be more. There's going to be the Discord bot. Like, I have so many projects in tandem at any given point. And usually, I'm struggling to not add another project to it. So I think having a project management software of any sort would be better than... Like, the to-do thing is pretty fine. Like, I'm able to navigate here, and it's nice having this list that we kind of check things off of incrementally, like consolidate post-processing and continue shader rewrites and etc. But and maybe I might keep something like this around, but I don't know. I just felt like I like having this board thing. I like having something that just contains the state of everything, because like this is just binary done or did. It's either it needs to get done did, or already did done did, you know, and done. And then there's no archive of everything I've done either. It's just kind of like whenever I clear this file or whatever, it just kind of ends there. I like something to have like an archive with like a date and times for things, so like I can look back and be like, all right, how did I do as far as tasks go? So yeah, it's big stuff. Acquaintance, it's already late beta master. I English is not my strongest subject in school, apparently. Do you find multi-threading in C++ difficult? I've actually never worked on multi-threading code, but I was told it's stupid hard. I mean, concurrency in general is just annoying. There's like frameworks and paradigms that try to make it easier to work with. The thing is, I can't speak too much about multi-threading in C++ because like my engine is like a single-threaded application through and through. I mean, maybe OpenGL is doing, or GLFW is doing something in the background, but as far as I'm concerned, everything is single threaded. So it's been hunky-dory for me so far. Oops, didn't mean to close this, did I? No, now I have to open up main again. And now it's gonna be in a weird position. Oh my goodness. Anyways, let me... I'm gonna commit this. Found magic input handler. Yeah, it's gonna be too long. And now we just have to coerce it. But now that we have it, like, for sure know it works, we can start doing the coercion to bend it to our needs, which is essentially just run input and, or I guess init input would be a better. I may just keep it run input and actually change this name to be like sample. Oh my goodness. And then we're gonna try yoinking everything within this for loop. Okay, fire up threads, p thread create. So we create these threads, cool. P underscore threads create. And then we have like this array. There's some global data stored here, isn't there? We have the types defined here. We have thread info struct defined here. We have our static struct, termios, UTC, okay. Info t threads. So this is an array of threads. Mutex initializer. It's initialized to null with that null character there. I wonder why you use three threads. I did on level classes on level classes for a reason, and depending on autocorrect a little more than I should. I feel that, man. Is he multi-threading things? Yeah, it's probably for sure doing that. But we're gonna pretend like it's not. What happens when the project list is very long? I can archive them. So that project extension. Well, I'm thinking how I want to go about it. If I want to make it an automatic thing, because I kind of like the idea of having these tasks have health bars, that the longer time progresses, the more the health bar kind of like depletes down until it gets just moved to archived or backlogged or something. But I don't know. Right now, the simplest thing is just not even a concept of a backlog, but just the archive. The backlog is literally just the to-do. And, I'll just move things from there. What's up, Mr. Nutha? I'm a baby coder. This is interesting to watch as someone that's only just learning the language. Yeah, this is a very interesting kind of perspective, maybe, because I'm not super familiar with C. So we're just gonna see how. There's a lot of little learning pains. We're gonna figure it out, though. I think it'll be fine. So we have this run input function. Void service. That's doing a lot of things there. I'm gonna just try yoinking this function call. Which, by the way, that's the line it should be. If we did it right, yeah, we did it right. So let's not even do the crazy thing yet. Let's just try seeing if this works. It's not gonna work. Or at least I don't think it would. Because there's things like a reference to new TCH. Or no, new TC. And I'm not sure where this is defined. Yeah, it's defined in an outer scope. So I might have, that's one thing that's probably gonna have to be a parameter that's passed in. Oh, it's a static struct though. Maybe not actually. Maybe not. Maybe I could just, maybe this just works. Let's go to main. Let's be really optimistic. Go back to main and run input, build, and okay, this is not as bad as I would have thought. This is in what, input.h. We're just missing a simple semicolon. That's like the only error, I think. If that's the only error, we're doing pretty good. Build. And we can do, and it's still working. Okay, beautiful. So this guy's a G. He didn't rely on local variables and local scopes. We just rely on static, global static things, which in turn means that I can, that means that there's probably a data structure here that I can just query and ascertain what's being emitted. What is being emitted. I need to figure out where this stuff is being printed out though. That's the place of real confusion. Oh wait, here we go. It's literally just get char. So all this is just is wrapping like get char essentially. Oh my goodness. I wonder if I could just simply like just. No, I'm not gonna think too much about it. Okay, get char, and then it prints this out. And then what happens with get char? Is it being added to a data structure somewhere? Key. Okay, so there's a key value thing happening somewhere. No, I don't use a mouse cast, or at least I tried not to. Just got off work. Happy to see you live. It's good to see you, GameDev goodness. I'm glad you got off work. Hopefully your work day was very good and productive, and hopefully you get to chill and relax now. Yeah, shout out to Static. Shout out to Static. Friendship with Static made. Friendship with Russ broken. Because Russ would not let me do anything static. Unless you want to use lazy static, and even then it's like a whole pain to try to make that happen. At least in my experience, it's probably, maybe they made it easier, I'm not sure, but in my experience, it was a pain. We're not going to talk about the struggles of Russ. We're just going to leave it alone. We're just going to let it vibe. Also, shall you perchance put some U music on, guys? Are you perchance interested in some sound? Yeah, let me make a poll, actually. Okay. So the option is like fireplace, no music. Win 95. Ambience. We haven't done that in a while. Chill. VGM mix. And finally, fall VGM mix. All right, those are your options. NeoVim, yes, Jeff. Well, also i3 as well. That's how I'm able to like go between different applications entirely and navigate to stuff like this. Though I wish Discord was better with this. I can kind of move around and stuff, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Especially when they have stupid things like this. Get out of here. I don't care, dude. Stop. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No, I don't want to view more requests. Yeah, I don't want to view more quests. Get this out of here. Thank you. Now I can actually Vim somewhat in peace. Okay, but I can't. Very tragic. Who's fighting? Best game based off of... I didn't even check the poll. What was this poll about? Fighting game? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'll probably go platformer. Platformer for me. Alright, anyways. So we have something promising here, which means that instead of doing this infinite loop to sample input, which we probably shouldn't even not do that here. I'm gonna leave that. You know what? I'm just gonna comment this whole loop out. And instead, we're gonna use sample input in part of the application, the core application loop. If I have it, here we go. And I say we do at the beginning of each frame. Application run, disable, and we enter our for loop, and we do our time increment, and then we do our sample input. And I wonder if that works good. We're gonna find out. And in fact, let's just try this out. This is so weird. Like, I saw bits of the UI, but then the printouts are just like overwriting it, which is bad. Okay, so we need to deal with that at some point. We need to deal with that. But I think that might be simple. It's just like T-scan now. They're doing something here. Actually, they comment this. Why am I not looking? Echo off one key read mode. Okay. Get single key immediate settings. Settings back to normal. Okay. There's 3 threads they start up. Because I was gonna say, like, this is like a write once, read multiple times situation. It's like, do I really need a mutex? Like, can I just, if I had one thread and I was just writing to it directly, would I need, can I just have one static value for a character and just read that? And we're gonna format this to be a little bit nicer. Because that's what I'm thinking, man. Okay, and we do our printf here. Okay, we do our for loop. We have our terms for this for loop. Size of threads divided by thread info t, which I wonder what this is. I need to look into this more. There's so much questions I'm having from this, and it's like a riddle or something. Maybe not a riddle. A murder mystery, maybe, perchance. And I want to get to the bottom of who done it. Who's clearing the screen? This might seem tedious, but I think the more easily I can read what this is saying, the easier it'd be for me to actually process what these comments are saying. Building a queue, though. Okay, interesting, actually. So we get to see where the mutex is unlocked. That's cool, actually. So it's just a function with a p thread mutex. Is it a pointer to a thread? Mutex? A mutex? Interesting. Okay, q mutex. Okay, this is educational now. We're starting to learn something. And then they're just pointing to this q kq thing. So I need to figure out what is the structure we're dealing with here, which is weird because I'm not even familiar with how we do structures, and we have structs, but I wonder how they're implementing this stuff. So we have, okay, it's actually, we have our queue, right? Key queue. Imagining first in, first out. We have another struct stored in here called key queue next. Okay, so it's like a node thing. It's pointing to the next instance of it. So it's like a linked list, each containing a key. Okay, cool. And then we have our thread info, and it contains a thread ID, mutex. Okay, input keys queued to this thread. So it contains a queue. So each thread contains a queue. Okay. And then keys the thread responds. This thread responds to. So the name of this thread, keys this thread is response to. Okay. Oh, so it's like a string of all the different keys pressed during this cycle, queued for this to this thread. Okay. And we have our static struct with new TC, orig TC, and termios. I'm not sure what these things are. We have our thread info is constructed, which is, wait, they're initialized to, okay, these are initialized to like default values, I'm guessing. Okay, you know, we're learning, dude. We're learning today. Today's an educational day. It's an educational day. It's a growth day. Oh, let me catch up in chat. My bad, guys. I didn't... Oh, okay. It's actually worked out for the best. We're doing fireplace, 54%. Very nice. Keybinds, which ones? I'm using Vim. Cas S. I'm not sure what you're using, if you're using Windows or something. I'm using Ubuntu Linux, using something called i3 to navigate my programs, and then within this program I'm using something called Vim Motions. The basics is that you use H, J, K, L to navigate. So H is left, J is down, K is up, and then L is to the left or to the right. So left, down, up, right. So that's one thing, but it's not just it is not just bindings or shortcuts. There's something called modes that are involved here, where right now I'm in something called command mode, which lets me move and navigate when I press these keys. But if I want to type something, you press I and you enter insert mode, and you can see it in the bottom of the screen here, and I can start typing stuff. If I want to execute commands again, I can go back to control mode by typing Control C, and I can press U to undo or Control R to redo. And there's another mode called visual mode if I want to select a bunch of things. That's Control V, and you use your HJKL buttons to change your selection. Now, the specific stuff I have for moving left and right is actually very basic, like between different files. That's just GT or G capital T. That is within I have a whole config file here, but it's only two bindings, custom bindings I have set up here, which is init.lua, these two. The only thing that's custom really that I have here, I don't know what I have these for. I'm actually not sure what these do. I think it'll probably default stuff. But yeah, this is like the basic configs, and honestly, I have a very rough. I have like, this is on GitHub. I have a public repo with my Vim config, but the thing is, my Vim config's busted because I haven't gotten Roslyn to fix. It has like a markdown viewer thing that kind of works but also doesn't, and it's just a lot of weird half-baked things. But if you don't want to type in those two, yeah, Roslyn, Peak, and Vim, and then Lazy Vim. But yeah, that's like literally, those two lines are really the only custom things I have going on here, aside from those busted plugins that don't work. Not the plugin's fault. My version of Vim is wrong. For my operating system, though, for i3, it's just the same thing, HJKL, holding Alt to switch between windows, and then I hold Alt and Shift to move windows around, actually. So if I want to split it like this, I can just keep moving it like that. If I want to move it back, I can just do that. It's a lot of control, so that I don't have to actually type or use my mouse. I can just type things, and it's just fantastic. It's just the best. The best. So much freedom. I used Kaut one time in my life. Hey, man. Maybe you got to go back to the Kaut road. A Kaut sucks, though. Modern C++ made it simple, though. They changed it. They got rid of Kaut, or they didn't get rid of it, but you can type in like printf or something like that to, not just printf, you can use like print something to output, but you also have printf in C++. It's still C. So you have that at your disposal, at least. Yeah, shout out to linked lists. Yep, linked list gang. We're recoding a task management app, and that's rendered in Ascii and has this weird shader pipeline thing. Actually, to basically kill off Stout thing. Yeah, there you go, Joshua. What's up, H3 Rands? That's actually amazing. Yeah, if you want to learn more about that, the channel has a video about Cherno new C++ features. He has a video going over not the new keyword, but yeah, it's a video called "Hello World Has Changed in C++," and it goes over. Oh my goodness, this is a weird form factor to be seeing you like this. Yeah, if you want to look at that, what was this? The Cherno tutorial still good? Oh, it's a tutorial. I thought they were asking, is Cherno still good? I was like, that's a weird question to ask. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. Shortcut equals meth? Nah, man. I think that's the. I mean, it's a shortcut, all right. It's like cutting your productivity and life short. That's the two things it's cutting short. Yeah, print line in the print library. Yep, like C++, C#. That linked lists are trash. I still love them. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, linked lists are not necessarily bad. It only depends on like your application and use case. So like if you have like memory that like a high volume of data and like that can be coherent in memory, then like sure, it kind of sucks how linked lists are kind of have the potential of having your nodes be splattered all over. But there's things that kind of mitigate that, where you can have like a linked list, but each element is actually not just one node, but it can be a collection of nodes. So it's like segmented. Like I know like implementations of Vec and stuff do that, where they actually have like these segments of multiple nodes, and then it links to the next segment. So you can still have large chunks that are contiguous in memory. Yeah, you can, cause that's why you switch from Windows to this. You can, so much freedom. It's fantastic. I love it. Now we're trying to figure out how we're gonna get our data out here, but let me just first of all, let me settings back to normal. Echo off one key read mode. Get single key. Settings back to normal. Yeah, if I get rid of this, and then it iterates through the threads. Get shorthand pointer to thread. Listens for this null key. Lock other threads out while we tamper. What are we tampering with? Okay, so you lock this thread's mutex. Okay. Allocate calyx size of Q, stash key there. And Q key packet to thread. Unlock key Q. Okay. So it's allocating something new. Does it ever free? Like, is this just gonna grow unboundedly? This structure? That might be the part that needs work if that's the case. If this like node is because we're calcing a key queue, and key queue is the node, right? Yeah, it's the node. So like we're attaching a new node onto this, unless there's some logic and maybe I'm missing that's like hidden by indirection. We have pthread mutex unlock. Is that used anywhere? We have one other function here, which is void service, which is not it's not what's called there. I think it's used, yeah, here, like it's used on initialization, but I don't believe it's used here. Okay. Imagine he just uses arrays instead of lists at all, but I think lists are so dang easy to read and interpret in your mind. Why use a vector when I can just write my own optimized list that has a memory system that coalesces memory pointers when I don't need data in between them? Easy, man. Or here's a better idea, dude. Just allocate a humongous array, and that's all you do. Like I'm laughing, but that's actually what I did for my game. Like for the game engine project, like I know how many objects at any given point have to live in the game. I could just do one fixed allocation of it because it's not that huge, and like at most I just keep track of which indices are alive and which are dead, and that's it. And that's all she wrote. Like then we iterate on that stuff at all, you know. Or maybe I want to be optimized so I don't have to iterate through everything. I can just do like a index list of living things, but like it's fine. It really is. Like for the amount of things that are existing there, that's the cross iteration is not crazy at all. Yeah, I see it's fun to allocate memory in. Just a wrapper for malloc and free. Well, KC Moratori has a really good description of like some of. Let me see if I can find it. He has a good description of like the differences between how memory management is done in C versus C++. Because like there is this thing where new is kind of doing multiple things. It's like not only allocating, like in C there's this explicit step of like allocation and then initialization. Whereas like in C++ through constructors, those things are kind of unified. And then KC Moratori C malloc init new. We talked about like destructors and getting rid of the OOP mindset. Maybe it was that one. I forgot which one it was. But yeah, you talked like that kind of. No, not that one. This one, I think.
What advice do you have for red? Should red be an object?
No, I don't know. You can find it somewhere. It exists at some place or at some level. It was pretty helpful, or at least pretty. It was a nice way of putting the differences in, between how like memory's thought of. Maybe not how memory's thought of, but how memory management is thought of. Yeah, I'm trying to see like how you do, like, it's actually not crazy. Like, it's actually kind of simple how you lock threads and unlock them. And this key is null. Queued up for us is this. And this is all within the service. So this is like what are the meat and potatoes of our key manipulation is done. Dude, the more I work on this, the more I'm like dreading going back to, like, I like the game I worked on. I like Messy Mansion, and I don't think it's inherently like it's still fun to do stuff in Unity sometimes, but I gotta say, man, there's something super fun about working at this level. Almost kind of not. Oh no, there is a free happening here. Okay. Lock other threads out while we tamper, initialize key value. This is like the copy and paste down here, isn't that? Like, lock other threads while we tamper, yes. Allocate PK key, okay, allocate something new. Stash there, get pointer. And that's if stir char. I'm not sure what stir char does. String to character, I think. That's what I'm assuming. That's usually the name scheme. It's like stir char. It's like 3-letter words that. Yeah, so T keys, where T is a thread info, and keys, if I'm not mistaken, is array of keys. Okay. Or a pointer to char, but I'm assuming it's probably doing like a string thing. And we got okay, lock, allocate this new size. Okay, the condition here. So we have this pointer to keys. We convert this to a char, and I guess what are we doing here? What are we doing with the C? What does stir char do actually? Because I'm assuming it converts a string to a char, with this being the input string, and this being the char that we're doing stuff with. And char is defined here, but that'd be weird if we're overriding the value there. Like, I'd feel like get char would be the input, and we store that somewhere. So it feels weird if that were the case. So we're gonna have to read some documentation. Crazy. Let's also save this. Let's save this. I want to save this. Can we please? I would sure like to save it. I would sure like to star this. Okay, we're gonna have to do it this way. Bookmarks. I should really switch to Brisky. Control D out. There we go. I should just know that shortcut. What am I doing? Okay, anyways, no, that's fine. I can delete stuff here. So, stir char en C. Sí, señor. Yo quiero emprender a programar en C. Okay, const char string and then int. Function is the predefined function. Library used to find the first occurrence of a character. Oh! Used to find the first occurrence of a character in a string. So it's looking to see, and I'm assuming it's returning. So if it does find it, does it return the character? Whether the given character is present in the given string. If the character is found, it returns a pointer to its first occurrence. Otherwise, it returns a null pointer. Oh, so it's not even an index into it. It's like an actual pointer. Oh, so if it doesn't find this within keys, I see now. So for this instance, it's like, hey, we have a set of all the keys that have been pressed. If this key character wasn't part of that, then we go in here, we modify it, we allocate this new node, key queue. Or I guess if it's not part of the queue in general, I guess that's what's going on. If it's not part of the queue, we add it to the queue, and then You assign it there. Q, yeah, okay, Q equals C, okay, and then we do stuff there. Okay, I think to better understand the data that's stored here and within these pointers, I think in the main program we should actually, well, first of all, I got rid of the printf, so I wonder if that fixes the program no longer being visible once you run it. So if I run it, nope. Only if I like press a bunch of buttons, but or did I build actually? I should build first. Nope. Still running into that issue. So there's something going else, and there's something else printing over there. I think it's in service where something's printing. Yep, here we go. We were printing F right here. Oh, beautiful. We're starting to understand. I know Kung Fu. Oh my goodness, guys. Who'd have thought I would learn Kung Fu? Get rid of this. Used to be probably more practical. Oh, and it's doing a sled. Oh, it's sleeping this. Is it sleeping main thread? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's try building. I wonder if that's the cause. Wait a second. If I get rid of this sleep, what happens? What happens if I get rid of this sleep? Does Armageddon happen? No, the same behavior still happens. Okay. Is there a key code thing that's like hiding stuff? P3 mutex unlock. Unlock key queue, yeah. And thread info, size of threads. Okay, let me catch up in chat, guys. I've been very bad with that and neglectful. My bad. I was just trying to learn Kung Fu, guys. In my defense, I was trying to learn Kung Fu. But I think we have some Kung Fu going on here. So let me catch up real quick, guys. My bad. All right, let's see what we have going on here. Oh, I feel like I missed some dialogue here. Sky here, what are we building? Benjamin, a task manager of not using mouse but with VS Code and control click to go to implementation combined with where I want to, so I still use mouse. Hey, you can combine both. VS Code has idea Vim. Joshua, always have, that's the most optimized way to be. It's just not automated of anything. Yeah, Joshua, so the main thing is that because I know the scope of the game, so I can make these assumptions about the size. So since I have that knowledge, I can just do that, which is nice. Charlie Moses, yeah, fair. I feel like you lose a lot of critical thinking skills when using AI, although it's very efficient. Never used to use it, but now use it to fact check and suggest optimizations. I think there's a decent way you can use AI, which is like using it as a source for things, but like it works better. It's good when you're not going to it to get an answer, but rather you're going to it to get sources and resources so that you can go to them and actually get it from the horse's mouth, as opposed to having it be digested and like potentially damaged, but regardless prepared for you, right? I think that could be a fair way of using AI if you got to, because at the very least you can kind of mitigate hallucinations and all that stuff, and you're still kind of practicing some critical knowledge investigation skills. But I don't know, there's something about actually digging this stuff up yourself too that gets you more surrounded by a periphery of different things. Thank you, Santiago. I'm glad you dig it, man. Call me elitist, but imagine not controlling your own memory. That's what I mean, Joshua. I hate when C# makes all the decisions for me. Things feel unreal, dude. Oh, you are. What's up, Jaw Robber? And then Game Dev Goodness. Do you ever plan on distributing your project once you're done, or are you going to keep it as a personal project? I mean, technically, right now it's like public. Like I do have the public. It's public mostly out of convenience, not really because of any decision to do that. But yeah, Riven Dune's like a public repository. So if you guys want to have just a cool terminal screen shaver that's kind of busted, I think this version's going to be busted. It has the input thing. It's there, and I guess if you guys want to use it, you can use it. I don't know. Because part of this is I want to have my project files part of the repository so that if I go to my laptop or something, I can just do git pull and the project files will be there, and it's all like synchronized in the kind of weird way. Like it's kind of Internet of Thingsy, not Internet of Things. It's kind of software as a service because I'm relying on GitHub to host it, but I still own the source files, so like I can just, if something goes on, I still have the files concretely, so I can just load it up in another instance. But yeah, I use AI when I feel lazy and don't want to look up documentation, don't like the code completion stuff. I also use for code comments, otherwise I wouldn't make them at all. Yeah, when because I tried out CodePilot. I paid for CodePilot for a while, for like a year or something, to just to give it a good test run and everything, and it kind of sucked. It was kind of nice because like little snippets it would generate really pretty well, and I was like, oh, this is kind of faster. But then there's two things that would happen. I started developing this thing called a Copilot pause, where I would stop typing my code and just wait for it to start generating the remainder of the code. So that started happening. That became a habit where I'd type a little bit of a snippet and wait for the rest. We're not having that right here. No IntelliSense. I have to manually type this stuff out, but that means I'm not stopping midway through, but whatever. The second thing that happens is that it would generate code that looks very correct, but actually isn't. And like, in my mind, I know what I wanted to have it typed out, and it looked good enough. Like, I assumed it actually typed what I had in my mind because it looked 99% there. But it wouldn't. And things would go wrong, and I would be debugging with these wrong assumptions because I assumed the code I had in my mind, Copilot put there. But a bunch of times, I would get stuck for a few hours. Or maybe not a few hours. Like, that would be a worst case scenario. That's like the worst case scenario that happened for me. But I'd get stuck for like, usually a couple minutes at least, and I'd go back to the code generated by Copilot, and I'd see, oh, it was wrong by a little bit. And all of a sudden, all the time that was saved by just having this better autocomplete got undone by debugging wrong code it generated. So like, I got rid of it. It was more of a liability than it was a benefit. And then there's like the whole code exfiltration worry too. Using AI is much better, bro. Not well, like if you're trying to get good though, it's not. I don't think so at all. I think there's a lot of peripheral knowledge and skills you develop by not using AI that makes you a much more well-rounded programmer. Or at least is very helpful. It's like the whole thing about like not using a dynamically typed language when you're starting out. Like there's a lot of fundamental things about writing code that you learn by not using that, or even using a language like C, for example, or C++ or whatever. Heck, even Rust, right? That other types of languages just obscure and hide, and if you don't ever use it, you're never going to learn about this thing. You're assuming the code is correct when it's not, so you waste time differently with AI. Yeah, it's exactly it. It's like I had an image of my mind of what the code was supposed to be, and it's oftentimes something trivial, but like maybe a line or two or maybe more than that. And that's the thing, that there's a division between the state of the code you had in your mind versus the state of the code that actually is. And you're trying to debug the state of the code in your mind, not what it actually is. So that's a whole thing, man. Is becoming a good problem solver. Language ends up becoming a semantic to an extent. Yeah, language is a semantic, but like, you know, if you never build critical schemas in your brain. Like if you never actually have to malloc versus something else, versus like just normal allocation to stack, like that's a whole thing. That's a whole critical part of coding that you're just ignorant of now, and that, like, you know, you're not aware that other languages are making choices for you about. A person using AI to code makes a much better product than a person using his own creativity. Nah, dog. brother, what? Oh man, dude. Like, there's a thing, like, code is already a liability, right? And then, like, code is a liability in general, even for personal projects. Like, every line of code, yeah, if it's performing the function, that's great, but like, the more code, the more liabilities emerge that can go wrong, the bigger cost it is to pivot, to change things, right? So like, if you use AI on top of it, it just compounds it, dude. And I'm not saying, like, as a big name, it's like someone who's actually tried some of this stuff and tried to justify it. It's like, dog. Has never made Morgan pre-cheat modder. It'll no way it's going to efficiently implement such a messy spiderweb design pattern. Well, like, keep in mind, like, it's like, look at the training data that's used for these models, right? It follows like a bell curve, you know? It's going to be really good at the projects that are very common and popular and normative, but then once you start getting to anything of specifically that's not non-trivial and much more specialized, and might even have things that are not available for training data because, I don't know, it could be due to not copyright, it could be due to it could be like trade secret stuff, or things locked behind I forgot what's that word for inventions, a patent, or it's closed sourced, then all of a sudden the less it can help you out. And then there's like the second thing of just, English is not an efficient means of communicating specifications to for software. Like, there's a lot of times where it's easier for me to just, like, at work, there's a lot of times where it's easier to just implement the thing than describe its behavior. Like, the amount of English that would be required to, like, cover the edge cases and describe how this thing behaves. Oftentimes, it's just easier to just implement the thing in VR, have them test it, and see it for themselves. Because, you know, code is much more succinct than English, or just natural language in general. Oh man. Yeah, it's a whole thing, dude. Like, and who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the singularity happens tomorrow or something, right? But like, this is from my observation and work and everything. Like, that's just been my experience with it. Oh my goodness, what started here, man? Oh man. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I'm sorry if I kind of went off in a little, I don't know, man. I find myself more and more, I mean, you can also keep in mind, like, this stream in this area we're in, we have different alignment and goals compared to, like, professional software development out there, where code is not a drudge or something we hate to do, but something we actually enjoy in this space. And we take the long way or the hard way because I think it's funner to do it that way, and we get more knowledge by doing this. And I enjoy the craft. If we, let's even do this. Let's assume AI actually outperforms programmers in general, right? And is actually the most efficient thing to do, right? Like, or at least it's more efficient than it is not. Let's assume that, right? Like, if your goal is just pumping out value, I guess, under those assumptions, then yeah, of course. AI everything, dude. But the goal here isn't that. It isn't necessarily value, but it's instead, the goal is like, okay, what does this look like when we take the hard path? Or the long way, let's say that. What if we stop and smell the roses? Which is what we're kind of doing here. If I wanted a task manager, I could have just used Jira or Hacking Plan or whatever, or Brisky. That's more in line with what I want to do here, but nah, man. We're stopping to smell the roses. We're here having a fun time looking at C, learning about C, and appreciating how this works and the types of problems that emerge from low-level programming and this more fundamental program. So like, there's like two levels of different alignments here. There's the alignment of just the goals of this stream in general, this environment, and then there's the, then there's the other side of like the actual value judgment of AI, which I have strong opinions about. Oh snap, Kieran, what's going on, man? You're just in time for the AI flame war. The most relaxed, I don't know, the most chill flame war. Not really. I remember the whole gaming forums back in the day used to be crazy, dude. Okay. Sleep so we don't loop too fast, eating CPU. That's very kind of you, but no, we're gonna eat the CPU. More practical as 1 sec too long for most cases, yeah. That is a problem. Sleeping and scheduling is always an issue when it comes to operating systems. Especially gets finicky on sub 1 second. Like, the more time you have to wait for, the fine it is, because it's like, all right, it's easier to implement that minimum there. By that time, most things that are holding it are kind of gone. Yeah. Yeah, code for the love of it. Yeah, I mean, there's something about like treating something as a craft that you take pride in, and believing that this provides value to some people and getting better at it, is meaningful to some capacity, right? Like, pursuing competence is a meaningful thing, or it can be a very meaningful thing if you decide to strive that value to it. And, I definitely don't feel like I'm at the end of the journey, right? I always feel like a perpetual scrub, and there's so much more knowledge to be gained. And the thing with coding, or I guess with anything, is that it requires more practice and diligence. That's how you actually do it. You can read stuff, but until you actually apply it on a project or in a use case or something, then it's kind of just that knowledge, right? Like, what's the point of wisdom if you don't apply it? So that's why we do so much projects and little one-off things here, because it's like new environments and new ways and contexts to apply these things that I've seen. And is there another sleep here? That's what I'm concerned about. One is there for 1 second. Yeah, there's only 3 instances of this sleep. I'm doing good. Woke up late today. Let's go, man. Wake up late. Get your rest. Get your Z's, man. I mean, you need coders to be able to solve problems regardless of AI being efficient. It may make sense for Bobby to use Java for a project if he doesn't have to be optimized, but Java's kernel is written in C++, so somebody still needs to know it. Yeah. No, that's a whole different thing. That's me with this assumption, right? But I don't actually believe that assumption is true to begin with. And then there's that like whole... Okay. There's this talk, I think Jonathan Blow talked about it, or maybe it wasn't a talk or something. He's like, yeah, there's specialized knowledge for a lot of the tools we use every day. And like, he was painting this situation, which maybe I don't believe is necessarily true, but I wouldn't unbelieve it either. Where he's like, yeah, what happens to these engines and these specific technologies when people who had that specialized knowledge start, retiring, and less people are coming in to replace them because they're so preoccupied with other things? Well, that's like this weird, terrible scenario where all of a sudden all software falls into decay. And he believes that software is already in this kind of state of decay where everything is worse, but it's not necessarily due to that. But yeah, I can totally see that scenario where no one gets that specialized knowledge, and all these things kind of fall to decay. But I feel like the people who want that knowledge are going to get it, Like, I don't think it's quite as dreary. I think there's always going to be people who are actually interested in doing things like the stop and smell the roses way. And likewise, the people who aren't going to do that are always going to not do that and instead look for a different route or choose the most expedient route to achieve that goal. Oh, that's fine. Different people, right? But there's like this natural replacement kind of route. So I don't know. I don't feel terribly doom and gloom about this, and fix that code up. Yeah. Tell us about what you're working on. About software being trash. Now new Photoshop is so super slow. Who asked? Let me find the Pugla. Here we go. So I'm making a task management app, and right now we're trying to debug input handling. And I almost feel inclined to just try to strip some stuff out and see how well it still works to get a very lean thing, because I don't really need something that responsive, honestly, or that perfect. Also, what's going on here? What's going on? Actually, I'm kind of scared of opening up Discord again after that stream last time. What's going on here? GameDev goodness. Hey, it's good to have you here, man. Welcome to the server. Glad to have you. But yeah, man. But yeah. It's fun, dude. Where he started off by showing the startup times of Photoshop version. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and he was like, I think for that talk, he was like, hey, I started keeping track of every single time applications, like any software has errors. And he started like, even he was surprised by how much errors he encountered on a day-to-day basis. And honestly, I started noticing it as well. I started noticing it in like the big companies, the people you'd think would have the talent pool to make better software, but they don't. It's pretty nutty. What's going on here? Text. I'm kind of curious, actually. You know what? I'm going to do something. I'm going to try, because I need to figure out what's going on here and what's going on in this life cycle, this application life cycle. So I'm going to just start trying the printf gun again. I would try using GDB, but I'm not sure how it's going to handle concurrency. Because okay, actually, let's look at this, right? Because in fact, let me comment this out and see if this. Okay, so it does run normally. It does run normally when we get rid of this. So clearly, something's actually happening explicitly within this function call, which indicates to me that either there's something that's being missed here, or I should call this in a different part of our application lifecycle or update cycle. Not lifecycle, update cycle. And I wonder if it has to do something with these terminal clear codes. Like if I were to get rid of these and just allow get char to happen, and we build and then we run. Okay, it seems to work. So maybe that's simply it. It was just these key codes, or these codes for changing. Yeah, okay. So now that we have that, let me try printing out the because I'm curious about this data structure. So, and it's a static. There's a static struct new TC. So it defines these structs as static. Where's new TC? Termios. And I want to find out what they contain. So we can actually, because I just need to figure out where to query this stuff. That's all I need to know. I just need to know where we can do the query. Oh, so this static struct definition is actually for this library here, Termios. Interesting. So in that case, when we access this T keys, where can we access this? It's directly through a thread. The threads contain the keys. Let me just try something. Let me just try something stupid. It's fine. We can do stupid things, right? Last key. We can do something a little dumb and just violate the whole idea of concurrency protections. Who cares? If this goes wrong, that's going to be a learning opportunity. And if it goes right, then I'm going to be confused and we're just going to rock with it. And then what I'm going to do is within our application loop, since we have this now static value, I'm going to try reading it, being set by the thread. We can go into here and I can print F after the screen is cleared and bring back this sample. Wait a second. Never mind. I didn't even test to see if this worked when we brought that back in. So no. Never mind. I was optimistic. I was too optimistic because that didn't change things and we're still having a clear screen. So let's try something real quick. We're gonna print something before, because what I think is happening is maybe this is actually halting as well. So let's just verify this. We have pre, we have our post. We're gonna build, we're gonna run. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay, cool. We know what's happening now. What's happening is that sample input is blocking. It is blocking, and that's why it's not like a command code that's doing that. It's halting the thread right there. And I'm assuming this for loop has something to do with that. Is it not halting until, because it's not halting until a character is like pressed. Well, that's interesting. Like if I were to get rid of this conditional, well actually no, what happens here even if it is null? Is it, so let's actually go even further here. Let's see if it progresses past get car, because maybe this is just, well let me get rid of this as well. But I'm thinking maybe potentially this is like looping too much. Like let's be stupid, let's just try something dumb and do this and see what happens. Also, does this, yeah, increments. Okay, so I'm not understanding something clearly here. Can't blame the guy for trying something though. So let's see if we escape past this part. There we go. I need to do some monkey type. Okay. Inner pre. And then inner post. Okay, so we get to inner pre. So get char is where this blocking is happening. And this is the thing I wish would be happening in the separate thread. And is it not happening in the separate thread? It's happening on main thread when you run input. Maybe, do we even need a, maybe this is actually a consumer, like maybe this is actually what's happening on the separate thread. This might be just like a reactive thing, like a representation front end thing. I'm actually kind of curious now. Let me go back to application. Here we go. I want to comment out sample input because I think the whole point is there's a background thread running this stuff. And instead, what I'm going to do is just try what we wanted to do, which is print last key, and see if that does anything. S last key, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Also, I'm gonna get rid of some text buffers because we don't need this, and we don't need utilities right now. So we're just gonna go back here. I can always open them back up. I'm gonna go back here and make sure that car last key. Okay, cool. Okay. Clearly something's gone wrong. I think it might be just an ordering issue. I'm gonna check chat in a second, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna put this above everything else. Okay, now that works. It's not gonna print anything though. And I'm not sure if it's an issue due to that. I think it might be due to like overdrawing. Like when we do let's look through here. So we cleared the buffer first. And then this prints out buffer. That's a print statement, so that should actually appear on top of this. It wouldn't be cleared. All right, let me catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. Who would use a website builder? Yeah, I made my own, Joshua. Made my own in TypeScript. It's pretty garbage, but hey, it's something at least. Actually, I want to go back to it. I have it on my GitHub. Actually. It's It's called the World Space TS. It's meant to be like a thing that's kind of like it's meant to be kind of like Unity in the way you do, like you can compile components together to behave in a certain way. But I want to make a new one. There's a game site that uses World Space TS. No, not that one. That's CS. Yeah, this one. This Cozy Cam Games website. And then this is the actual World Space TS library, quote unquote, that uses used for that website. Morgan, it's not, but that's what parents give their kids to watch. The infamous dancing fruits video. No, are you talking about Cocomelon? Are you talking about Cocomelon, the bane of my existence? Oh, brother, that's a whole. There's like topics that just like activate something in me. Like the AI thing was one, kind of. Usually I'm like more chill, but like I don't know what happened. Like today, just something happened. The sleeper agent word was uttered. But then also kids using tablets and watching that stuff it's something. It does something. Because I'm not against kids using technology. It's just like when I use technology, but back when I was a kid, it wasn't like super dopaminergic, and not only just dopaminergic, but it wasn't designed by psychologists to be super manipulative like it is nowadays. If that makes sense. Like, I know it sounds like back in my day, but it's like, no. Like, Cocomelon, that media is specifically designed to be super dopaminergic and super attention-grabbing, to the point where when they do testing, if the kid looks away during a test episode screening, they make sure, okay, we have to make this clip shorter and have something else grab their attention. It's like designed to erode not only attention, but also like there's papers about it, like where it shows it's actually like the tablet usage is like eroding away like critical motor functions and delaying some critical, and like it's not only that, but it's that there's also things that are just so predatory there, you know, from a bunch of different factors. It makes me like dude, it makes me so mad, because it's like they're conditioned into these cycles, which are Karen, like gambling, right? Like instill like simulated gambling game loops at a young age, so they start getting into real gambling loops when they're older. That's one. Companies play with their psychology to get them hooked into using their apps more. That's another thing. And then there's also like when you fry out your dopamine like that, it becomes harder to get like that same kind of level of just intrinsic enjoyment from things. So like that leads to a cascade of other psychological effects. Like it's very I hate it. When I hang out with my nieces, I'm like, if we're gonna go hang out at the library, I'm gonna take you're not gonna use your tablets in the car. It's okay. We're gonna be bored. It's fine. All right. We're gonna play something. We're gonna do some games. We're gonna do something. Just not that. All right. Go to the library. Play at the play place. Let's get some books. It'll be a good time. Okay, let me catch up in chat. I'm sorry, guys. What's up, Mr. Mamongo? They look like zombies. Yeah. It really bothers me. Zombie pics edited to have smartphones out of them. Just depressing. Yeah, I watched Newsreader like the other day. First 5 second seasons were great. What's News Radio? I used to play an RTS war game, and not gonna lie, it played with my head to spend. Oh my goodness. You see, that's the thing about psychology, man. It gets you. Like, you can be aware of how it works and still get got by it. I've gotten by things that I know are getting me, and it just happens, man. Psychology. It just does its thing. Let me check something. I was testing something, wasn't I? Yeah, I was verifying, because this is not even printing anything. These should be visible every single frame. This is happening in the for loop. We clear our buffer, we clear the screen, then we do our printfs, which should appear well after we print out the screen buffer. Now maybe it's too long. Like if I scroll up, would I see this stuff here? Yeah, I am, and it's all null. Okay. So it is printing. So we've ascertained that is indeed correct. Key is always null. Actually, I wonder if I pressed it, quit, scroll up, nothing. Okay, nothing is set. Interesting. Oh, that's weird. Why did this appear by itself, but not the whole application? That's very weird, especially because we were supposed to be... Okay. This is very weird, actually. There's a number of key inputs before we get to... Okay. Okay. Very odd. Let me check... this service, because I believe this is what's actually running in a separate thread and should be fine. And maybe I should actually be... Is this initializing stuff, or does it actually do a get key at any given point? It locks to manipulate stuff, but I think it might just be setting things up initially. No, this is an infinite loop. This is an infinite loop. So this is what's actually doing stuff, I'd imagine. Oh, it's doing this? Oh, it's doing this on a... Okay. Wait, so there's the separate thread is actually just like intaking key input events from another terminal? Oh. That's why this happens here. That's why it's blocking, and that's why there's nothing happening, because I think this is an intake thing. Oh. What if I do something very, very simple and very, very dumb? What if I do... Get this, move it up here to service, and what if we go down here to get key, get char? I think this might be engineered specifically for this guy's use case, but our use case might be even more simpler and less in need of robustness. And I can just do this and s underscore. Like, this is gonna be so... This is the jankiest thing ever, but I don't care. We need results. Okay. We have a key now. It's key P a lot. I'm not even sure if I press key P, but it's a key. Okay, you want... Actually, we're gonna do something. I'm gonna get rid of the buffer drawing, and we're just gonna inspect this happening. Build view, write to buffer, directories. No, this is project view, application. Here we go. And then within here, we're gonna comment out the drawing of the buffer, or printing of the buffer, and instead we're gonna just do our printf key. Get rid of this and this. Run it. Wait. Why is it like a sign? It's like an LED sign. Why is it just printing last e? I'm confused actually. This is so confusing. Why is this printing partially? Like, that is so weird. Can I do this? And it's not gonna cause any weird syntax? Oh, wait a second. I'm dumb. I didn't ever actually set the value. Last key. Okay. Okay, it's buffered. It's happening actually. So if I do like 1, 2, 3. Please. Oh, please. Okay, something's happening. Okay, 4. F. It's playing through it. Okay, I think we have a lead here. I think I need to change the ANSI code to be, I think I need to, not ANSI code, I need to change the terminal mode to be, to do the thing where it changes to single key mode, and that way we don't have to type in enter for every single interaction we do. Yeah, so we're gonna yoink these bad boys, bring it over here. Okay. Okay, build. Run. Come on. Do I set the press enter? This is still the most bizarre thing I ever do. Like, the fact that this is like deleting itself, but like 1. Okay, you know what? Actually, let me do something real quick. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This application won't quit actually. Escape has been denied to me. Okay, cool. Well, we're just gonna, don't mind me. We're just gonna, can I kill all? Okay, I can just do that in emergencies. Because I think this might be a symptom due to, not this, but rather something adjacent, which is going to be the clear buffer command. Because I think that's accounting for some of the weird stuff that's happening. Yeah, an application. Here we go. So instead of clearing screen and buffer, I'm just going to comment these out so we can just get raw terminal feed and not worry about this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm not sure what's happening here. Typing keys and then press enter. Does that change anything? Okay, and I can't do that, so we're just gonna have to go to here and do kill all task out. And we're just gonna, I don't see anything different here. I'm not seeing any P's or Q's or whatever. I may be crazy. But, yeah, I'm not seeing the thing. I'm not seeing what we're looking for. So maybe, and then everything got inputted here. Okay. So, either I'm crazy for seeing it pop up on occasion, or there's something else going on here. Let me catch up on chat, guys. 1 second. FSMs are great. I mean, they're main used to cut out statements in game entities loops. Like, I mean, no frameworks or engines set high. What's up, Reaper X? Black Hat, writing your own engine is top tier learning experience. Oh, 100%. 100%. What's up, Mr. Mongo? Writing your own engine is the most horrible idea for a single dev. I'm doing it. It's not that bad. This is terrible for learning. We're just delaying the moment when we write product. What do you mean, dog? I mean, you can ship out a product doing that too, man. Like, heck, even Shovel Knight was written in its own engine. Like, writing your own engine doesn't necessarily have to be you write every single line of code yourself. You could be taking existing frameworks and things like that to achieve what you want. It's just you saying, hey, I want to have control over what I'm going to be driving here, right? Now, if you want to be extra, then you can do, hey, everything from the ground up, no external dependencies. We're just doing everything on our own. Then that's like a whole thing. But even then, there's ways to do that. Like Shovel Knight, Rogue Legacy. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, it's actually much more feasible than you realize. Heck, even like the Witness and Braid and that stuff too. Like, running your own engine is not as uncommon as it seems, and it used to be way more common back in the day. And I don't know. I think it's still very much feasible. Does it take it easier than taking Unity or Godot? I mean, it depends. Actually, yeah. There's some times where it's doing it. Heck, even for my game engine, the whole point is that I want to be able to have a UI that's navigatable through like Vim motions, and that makes level designing way faster for me than it would be in Unity or Godot or GameMaker or whatnot. Like, there's times where it's actually better to do your own game engine to achieve what you want to do. But yeah. Actually, if I could give an example, a character parser designed terrain, for example, is incredibly powerful for the guy who designs it for himself. Yeah, exactly. It's like implementing things for yourself. Like, even for Super Meat Boy, for example, that's another case of having their own engine. Like, Tommy wrote his own custom parser for Flash files because Edmund McMillan liked working within Macromedia Flash. And like, if this was Unity or Godot or something else, you'd have to convert it into some other type of format and work with that. And that just takes more time from a development team of like 2 people. Whereas like, if you have your own engine, you can easily write your own parsers to make these things happen and have it be embedded in the engine in a more intimate way where it's not just taking in assets, but you actually have collision and things tied to that. All of a sudden, this goes from just being a thing that exports assets to a thing that exports levels. Like, yeah, it becomes like a DevOps thing, and there's a reason why DevOps is very important. But yeah, you can make arguments like maybe some of this stuff can be external tools, but at the same time, if you have your own engine, that affords you like such a freedom to design for the people or teams that you're working with. And there's times where that cost is like worth it doing. I saw a short about pixel lighting, which is really cool. But if you were to do that in Unity, I'm sure you can with source. Actually, you want to see, Joshua? I did do my pixel lighting in Unity without using normal maps. You know what? Maybe we take a break from this, because this is gonna be this is me like just kind of, yeah. I'm trying to figure something out here. Maybe I just do some investigation off stream. Maybe we go back to working on Messy Mansion. Let me just give you a gander of it though. Yeah, because all my shorts are from forever ago. It's kind of funny too, because even though I'm making this game in Unity, like I've written my own lighting model that doesn't use Unity's standard surface shader model at all, and because of that, like it affords me some different things that Unity doesn't have out the box. Sure, it's cool that I can do it with Unity, but I don't know. There's certain things that would be nicer if I just was able to architect it into a game engine, as opposed to just relying on certain hacks to make things happen. But like, Let's see if this level is even good. I started designing it and then I never actually finished it. Or actually, I stopped because I wanted to make my task manager, but maybe we should actually be productive today, right? Maybe I should actually work on the game. So, do we save this? Yeah. So everything here is not lit using a Unity surface shader, nor is it using Unity's lighting components. I have my own lighting components for different reasons. Part of it's because I wanted to make this feel like it's a game made for a different for a console, a fictional console, and this fictional console has its own specific like limitations that create different types of artifacts. But yeah, like this is not being done with normal maps. Like the little light ridge thing that's happening there, that's all being done through the surface shader, which honestly most engines can support that. That's not an engine specific thing. But ooh. Yeah, I need to do some. I want to play around with some more lighting for this environment. But yeah, the lighting model has gotten a lot more sophisticated. Like we even have like different types of light sources that are not in Unity by default. Whoops. Let me go to my testing or my example. I think it's called testing grounds. Yeah, testing grounds, where I was like implementing some occlusion stuff. But yeah, and there's like certain things too, especially if you want to have more control over the rendering pipeline, that is just okay. Just write your own thing, dude. Because like, where is the light sources? Where is the light sources? I'm actually in the wrong room, aren't I? Yeah, so like there's this light source that's just like a line light, which is not something that normally Unity has. I'm sure if you modify some of their light parameters, you can kind of force it to happen, maybe. But by having your own like lighting model, you have like I have this freedom to be like, hey, I could just make a type of light source that just doesn't exist in the engine, just for fun. Like, why not? I want to have some like edge runner type lighting, so why not do that thing? Yeah, this is the scene that was more meant to kind of showcase that edge lighting. I think over here is where I kind of did more of that. Yeah, like this line light, and then having these be here as well, because like, you know, sure, you can probably stack a bunch of different things, but having your own line light is just different. And that's just a start. There's other types of lights I'd like to make, like a bitmap based light or rect based light that interacts in a very different way. But because I'm building this for WebGL as well, or that's one of the target platforms I want to have the demo for, this is kind of also partially due to like make things a bit more optimized in a certain way, where we can just cache like shadow maps and then also do our own kind of thing, because it's like bake lighting, but light sources still interact with the shadow. It's just that instead of baking on top, like onto the actual like texture map, you can actually just cache that or have that shadow map saved. So you have spotlights, ambient lighting. What kind of lighting is a line? Is it just a line of light? Yeah, it's just one object that is defined by like it's kind of basically a sphere that's just extended between point A and point B. And if I want to, I can even make it like an infinite line light, where these two things just define a whole thing. And then I also have like an occlusion system here. Yeah, so like if you look at this, it's just one object that's defining. I mean, there's two line lights, but they're one object. And if you go into this component for the line light, you'll see there's like this custom cozy light component. That's our lighting system. And if I can find it somewhere here, yeah, line light. I choose a type, it's a line light, so you choose the intensity and the radius and whatnot. And it does the thing. It just does the thing, man. And then we have the fogs, which are customizable and all that stuff and whatnot. Let me go back to the hub world too. Hub world. You know what? I was scared that the C thing was gonna make me not want to work on this project, but playing it right now or just showcasing, I'm like, oh, I forgot. There's so much cool stuff in here that we did. Yeah, this, for example, where we have like, you know, you get to see more of this stuff kind of working. And then we have our, like, because we have our own standard surface shader, we can even apply effects like this, like the dirt spreading out. Like, it's very easy to add effects on top of everything without having to use like, well, the screen space effect is also easy to do without having to use Unity's post-processing stack. And this, I could just add whatever to this standard surface shader model that is hooked into all the lighting that gives us more control. I can even make certain objects be per vertex lit and other objects not be per vertex lit. It's cool. It's just control, man. I have this PS1 vertex snapping. It's sick, man. Oh, let me catch up here. What kind of light? Freaking cool. Thank you, man. Lighting creates a very nice atmosphere. Yeah, and light is so important. Like, if you look at film and cinematography, like, that's the number one big thing, and that's the kind of thing you take for granted. Not take for granted, but like when it's doing its job really good, it doesn't always stick out necessarily. But we should assume that the game is actually a product that people sell. I mean, I'm also not thinking things in that term, but like, like I said, there's a lot of successful games that are made in their own engine that are sold well and performed very good. Like, I think there's that boundary for where the cost is worth it is actually lower than you may expect, especially if, like, you know, if programming is not that crazy and you've done like engine stuff before, like, it's actually not that crazy. It also depends on what platforms you're porting to potentially as well. Like, that factors things, you know. If you're only targeting x86 machines, that's one thing. And then if you're targeting like stuff like WebGL, like I am doing, that has a whole separate set of considerations. But even then, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, like, sure, maybe not everyone can do an engine, and I'm not saying it's the easiest option. I think most people, the easiest thing is using a pre-made engine. I mean, there's a reason why these things are popular, but I guess what I'm saying is that the cost of making an engine isn't as crazy as you'd expect it to be. Yeah, you can turn vertices to be lit. So that right now, like, all the lighting is happening per fragment. But if I change that, you can see it be lit per vertex, and you have these different kind of effects emerge. Oh yeah, this is not going to work, is it? Let's go here. You greet like my wife has. Kev boy. See, you have a good one, Kaz. Take care, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, like, sure, there's a reason people use pre-made engines all the time, right? Oh. Man, dude, this is... I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to intend for this to be the case, but today's been kind of I feel like I've been very argumentative today. It's not my intention. It just happens. It's just happening today. Usually I'm trying to be more chill, but I don't know, man. Level 1. Let's go to level 1. Here we go. And like, there's also the thing, okay, I wanted to leave it, but I was like, you know what? Like, is the thing where tools for making your own engine are growing in maturity. Like, there's, like, Raylib is like probably the biggest example where it's like, hey, this is growing in more and more maturity where like making or constructing your own engine is not that expensive or crazy anymore, because there's this proven tool that has its modules for every kind of thing that a game may want to have, that lets you pick and choose what you want to use and what you don't want to use. And you know, it's like battle tested. Or even other things like SDL and whatnot. Like, there's like hybrids where our engine is not necessarily, hey, I'm writing everything from the ground up, but you're just using a pre-made set of tools and slapping them together not slapping together, but you get to choose what you want to use and, you know, not use what you don't want to use. Do it. Okay, we're gonna stop fighting him, because I need to think about lighting, and we have to think about level direction, because right now the lighting, the way it is, it's very hard to tell that's even a thing I can jump on. And I want this to kind of invite people to, hey, there's a critical path to get to this thing. You wouldn't see that by going over here. You'd have to actually get close and then do that. So I want to make this so that this is much more inviting. Maybe I change the angle of the light as well, but we'll see. Let's see what we got going on here. So we have this. Okay, perfect. Okay. Bring this bad boy up a little bit and rotate them individually so they're angled downward more. And beautiful. So like when we're down here, this should be visible now. And maybe I move this guy, make this guy a little bit lower. Sweet. Oh, what's going on here? Survivor's syndrome. Well, that's a survivorship bias, right? But I'm not describing that. All right. What's going on? Don't apologize. When you're working with coding, you always get people. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, at the same time, like, I'm not as knowledgeable, right? Like maybe I shouldn't be saying things so authoritatively, right? But this is just how I feel. And keep in mind, there's like this thing, I haven't actually completed a game engine, have I? So I'm kind of saying this, like, yeah, I've done a lot of game engine level things, and, you know, there's stuff we have to work at that level. And, you know, I made a couple like toy game engines, right? But it's very different to make a toy engine versus one that's gone through the whole production life cycle. But I don't know. Like, if you look at and there's this talk about DevOps, right? And it's talking about stress-free game development from GDC, right? It was given at GDC, like, and we talked about this earlier, like the more people you have to coordinate and work with, the more of an issue kind of becomes, because there's a bigger cost. Yeah, I need to fix that as well. I should maybe just fix this so that you can have this be cached already. I don't know, there's like so much that alleviates in terms of the pipelining and the waste that emerge from it. Like, there's like, and this from my experience, right? I feel like working within engines, sure, they're very easy to like work with initially, but once you start having like entering from pre-production to production, where you're just in this mood of having, hey, we're going to be generating a lot of assets that need to be processed and integrated into the game or dealt with in some kind of manner like that, then all of a sudden these processy errors start emerging, or the processy costs start emerging that really hamper that. And not every production necessarily has that, but usually the bottleneck is the transition from asset creators to actual to developers. And the thing that alleviates that is usually tooling that makes and allows artists to better integrate their things into the project without the need of like a programmer or developer or somebody else to do that, right? That's like one type of game where it's like very asset bound. Then there's another justification of like different types of engine or games that kind of necessitate like specific development processes or just specific different implementations of core engine components. Yeah, I need to add grass up there. I'm thinking about this. Also, is this ambient lighting working? I may change the ambient lighting a little bit, because I'm not quite happy with it, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, let's change this. I'm going to make it a little bit more blue. Gosh, man, I love how... Like, I know Unity has its thing for this, but... I don't have to dig to, like, 2 menus just to do this. But yeah, like, keep in mind, my biases also is I like efficient work processes. And I hate the micro costs that accrue from little things like even keyboard or mouse interactions. You know? Nice. Does this look more brighter? Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit more saturated. Yeah, get some color to it. Maybe give this like a little bit more warmth, actually. I can go down this direction. No. Yeah, I need to have a thing to change environment shadows as well. I like this, though. I think that this feels better. And then once we add lights to the internal cave area, it's going to be even nicer. And then we can figure out a critical path, our player path from here to the endpoint. Da-da. Yeah, some lighting will fix some things here, and I need to focus up this path a little bit more, but we'll figure out, we'll see how people deal with playtesting. Oh, that's the thing I wanted to do. Yeah, I wanted to work on a new enemy. Like a simple Goomba type enemy. Just to kind of get them acquainted with combat in a very safe capacity. Alright, let me catch up in chat, guys. Crash Bandicoot is goated. I still need to play that, man. It's Messy Mansion. That's the game, Santiago, or no? Yeah, you can ask a question, Santiago. But Chaos Silver, is it game? I think it's game. Arrived but temporarily rough night. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully it gets better, dude. Making Goombas. Oh yeah, baby, making some Goombas. Yeah, I need to change. I need to have like... I might have to change the light model a little bit more. Because I'm multiplying it, but... I feel like almost this should be... Like, this should be darker. Like, I should use, like, min, I think. Let's actually... we're gonna do some shader stuff. We're gonna do some shader stuff right now, actually. Because I'm particular. I am picky about this. I'm gonna play around with the model a little bit. Shaders, edit. Open up Rider. We're going back to the heavy. It's gonna be so weird. Probably very nice to go from Vim with no LSP or anything to like Rider. And we're gonna see where I'm doing this compositing for these colors. Okay, so we're gonna go to CC Light Model, where I think all this fragment color compositing stuff is happening. And then we have our cozy light fragment, and then we have our per pixel light fragment, We have our null map stuff, our cross product things. Yep. World normal. And then our light process. Here we go. And then our sunlight process. And then we have this summation of everything. Okay, and then we do this lerp of shadow P. And a final lerp between shadow, albedo, color, luminance. So this environment shadow should be min, I think. Like the smallest value between this and albedo. Or maybe multiply it. And let's go back into the game. Let's see how the game looks here. That looks better, I think. That looks a little better, I think. Yeah. Or maybe I could just multiply it as well. But yeah, I think the shadows, the dark values look more correct. Yeah, because before the dark values are getting washed out, and that doesn't make sense. But using min, I think that actually works good. Thank you, A5 y'all. Using Viz Studio Forever. Writers ID you use? Yeah, I have it open in tab right now, but I haven't checked it out. People like it over Studio. Yeah, I like it so much more than Studio. It's super good and very enjoyable. Bomber G, I just got fired from my game designer job after 2.5 years. I even got a BSc game design degree for this job. Now I'm back home sitting with my cat. Bomber G, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. It's crazy how the game engine kind of chews people out, dude. Or not game engine, the game industry. The game industry engine machine. But yeah, I hope everything turns out better, man. I don't know, what's your game plan? Is it a recent thing, or are you still kind of readjusting and kind of figuring out what to do, or? I mean, you don't have to answer, by the way. I feel like I'm interrogating you now. I feel like I'm like, okay, where did you go to school? What was your GPA? Did you brush your teeth this morning? Did you floss? Be honest with me. Did you floss? Yeah, I like this change to the light model. This actually works better. Okay, cool. Right now we only have 2 textures here, so we can make more textures to make this work better. More better. And then we need some lightings over there. So I'm thinking about something simple. Not this guy. This guy is way too crazy for like a... Way too crazy for a simple thing like this. Like, imagine this being your first enemy you encounter in the game. I also want to change the lock-on effects. We gotta sauce this game up more. There's not enough sauce. I also know they do this cinematic, like, cutscene thing when you're lock-on. That's kind of so much of a norm that I feel like I might just have to do that as well. It feels weird to me to not have that when you lock on. That extra bit of confirmation, like, hey, you did the thing, buddy. You're locked in for sure. And it's kind of too easy to get disoriented. Like, I'm getting disoriented here, so we have to have some mores to kind of guide people to where they're supposed to go. So I think we're gonna start with this. Introducing the basic enemies, and they can whack them. Show them that, hey, you can jump. Or maybe we have the first power-up in that room that shows, hey, you can actually dash. But I feel like dash is such an important thing that they should just have it out the box. But I don't know, we should indicate, like, hey, this is what power-ups look like and this is what they do for you. So I think I'll just drop it right there right now, actually. And see how that feels. It also has a light source, so that also makes it feel nicer. So we get them to just learn how to do some basic platforming, and then we get them up here, and then raise the stakes, show them, hey, there's things called checkpoints, and you can die in this game. So try not to do that. pal. Dude, I get fired all the time. Thank you, Tohors. I'm glad you dig it, man. What makes you like it over Studio? I don't know. Like, there's better engine integration. I don't really care about that much, though. It has better like shader features. So like for writing shaders, it has like better. I don't know if it's a language server it's using or something, but for whatever reason, it does shader code better. Like you see this shader code, how it's like super, well shown, and I can navigate through things. Like it recognizes the shaders very well. I can refactor them and do a lot of big, large changes across the code base, which is very nice. Which shaders in Visual Studio wasn't great. As far as the C# side, it has a bit more better coverage and autocomplete stuff, and it feels for me when I use it, it's much more in tune. There's a bunch of other better refactoring tools or parts of it, better refactoring stuff Writer does that you can enforce on projects. I don't know, it just seems, and then it has like better better like code showing and snippets and whatnot. I don't know. It's a bunch of small things. Like I can't describe everything it does, but for me, it's just been a bunch of smaller quality of life improvements which is nice. And they could probably get like a plugin for like the HLSL stuff in Visual Studio, but it's just not the same. It's not the same, dude. Olive June, I saw those red balls earlier. They reminded me of the projectiles in Nier Automata. Was that on your mind? It just kind of emerged, but I will say this: like I made these balls, and then I started playing Nier, and I was like, oh my goodness. I probably, honestly, I lied, because I have played Nier before I made these balls 5 years ago, so I'm pretty sure they're lodged in my subconscious in some form or fashion. You don't remember GLSL looking that readable? Well, that's the promised land of Writer. It's really good with that. Thank you, Renee. It was all too sudden. One moment I was available. I asked it the next second they are asking me to take off my ID card, and I'm worried about a gap in my career and finding another job in. That sucks, man. I mean, I've had quite a few friends also get laid off in the game design or game development, game dev industry, especially for like big companies as well. It sucks. It sucks because it makes you feel like, hey, you're dispensable, but there's always other companies who will find the value and see the utility that you bring. It sucks to kind of put it in that way because it's like you're just a tool, but that's kind of how companies think. They have a need and they're looking for someone to fill it. It just sucks when this thing that felt like solid and you had relationships at this place and all that stuff just turns out to be, hey, actually, nah. Of those cities, Renee. You in Poon or oh my goodness, Poon. That city's been popping up a bunch. Hey, what's up, Olive? Honestly, I love it. I guess they were in PS3 Nier. Yeah, they're kind of a staple of the series, man. Got into the industry is a huge plus. Yeah, like honestly, first job is like the hardest thing. Guys, I have to use the bathroom real quick. So let me use the bathroom. Be right back. I'm gonna put on something in the background for a second. I don't know. What we're gonna put. What's a good mix? What's a good waiting song? Come on, load. What do you got here? Oh, you know what? Dragon Quest is great. I like Dragon Quest. Alright, be right back, guys. One sec.
song is. I might have to open up.
I might have to open. That song is That candle's strong, dude. I left the bathroom and just got hit by a wall. It was crazy, man. Hey, glad to have you in the Discord, Bomber G. Yeah, keep us posted, man. What is this, Eddie Alex? It's a game. It's game. And I'm gonna get rid of the first. I should just do the thing. You know what? Let me just do something. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Let's go. We fixed that one platform. Let's actually go in here and let's geez, it looks like something horrific happened. Okay, so we have our enemy here. Cool. I'm just gonna get rid of him. Just gonna get rid of this guy. This little feller. Cause who needs him? There you go, night. Be gone. And instead I'm gonna add a power up. No, I don't want to open this. No. Don't save. I want to open up the prefab. Power up. Is it called pickup, maybe? No, not gem pickup. Oh, there's explicit prefabs for these. Okay. Okay, so we have our dash power. And then, do you not have a lighting component on you? Wait 1 second. What is going on here? Why is this component gone? Why is it using a what is going on? I'm so confused. That's not right. That's an old power up. No, that's not. That's the wrong thing. Where is? No, go back to whence you came. Let's see here. Level progress, lighting. Maybe level progress. Isn't that called power? What else can you call this? Item. There's pickups. That's gem pickups. I am utterly befuddled. I need to reorganize this project because I am lost in my own sauce. Level assets. Lobby props. Checkpoints. Yeah, these are just props though. Key items. There's level end, dust pile. Nope, that's old stuff. We don't use those anymore. Transition door. Nope. Resources, gem pickup. Nope. Okay, there's something called flame. Did I just call it flame? Is that what I did? It looks wrong though, because why is it just a quad? Nope, that is the thing. Okay, and it should have a light component on it. Cozy light. Where are you? Constant. Scaling. Or maybe you don't. Oh, here you go. We gotta make you, because we changed the component. Yes, you have to make you yellow, intensity, and a big radius. There we go. No, not negative. See, like 100. And a huge intensity. And then move it down. And then you're going to be a dash power. Cool. So the player at least goes there and they say, hey, what is that? And then it's like, oh, you have a dash power? That's crazy, dude. And now you know that power-ups are a thing and that they change core things about the player. And life is good, man. Now, aside from that, though, I almost want to make it more orange, actually. Let's make it more orange. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. Apply to prefab. Okay. Cool. Now, if we were to go here and play, I should change it from debug mode, but whatever. We're gonna work with this as is. So we're here. Okay, we have to make this starter room a little bit more friendlier for the uninitiated, like me. We see this humongous light here. We go, cool, what is that? And then I don't have the UI instantiated right now, so it's actually like, oh, that's cool. You can see the occlusion effect being overdrawn on it. That's pretty cool. I really should have the game UI available, don't I? Or shouldn't I? Oh, game UI canvas. There we go. Okay, I'm assuming that's what's gonna have the dialogue. Yep, the dialogue's there. Cool. Let's try this again. Yeah, now we have our health, which I'm gonna change because I don't like it. Yeah, I wish I had music working. The switch from Windows to Linux has really broken a lot of things. Nice, though. We have our light, or our dash. Cool. And now the player's gonna be like, sick, and I can do stuff and get disoriented by looking around. So you have to have this. Honestly, like, there's enough here to like make a little obstacle course just to get to this point. Like, we can totally do something here to start getting the idea of, hey, like a little area where you can't get over it unless you actually jump, and then have some lighting that indicates you can go down this way and that this is fine. That's needed. Very chill stream. I feel like I'm watching a stream through F2P. Wait. What is it? I know it's file transfer protocol. I'm not sure what that means though. But I'm glad you think it's chill, man. I appreciate it. That's the goal here. Daddy Dante, for all the samey looking streamer setups and clinical vibes, this is by far one of the best I've seen. Are a man of exquisite taste. Thank you, Daddy Dante. I appreciate it, man. Sorry I didn't see your comment earlier. I suppose I was wrapped up. Reminds me of Asterix and Obelix. What's Asterix and Obelix? If I may ask. If I may perhaps ask. So we have this. Let's start even doing some micro stuff here to like start laying down some I don't know. Some obstacles, shall we? Which way is the player supposed to even come from? Like, this room is such a perplexing room. So even I'm getting turned around looking through here. And I think the fix is going to be some lighting and more purposeful obstacles. So we save. We go into our OC, I guess this is the OC1, the occlusion zone 1. I'm gonna make a thing just for lighting in these zones. Create empty lighting. Cool. And then we can start adding some game objects here that do lighting. not sure what we're going to use to justify this light source. Maybe it can be something as simple as like a point light or spotlight or something like that. Light, cozy light. Here we go. Just something to be like, hey, there's a way out of here. Okay. I hate that dragon just doesn't work. Okay, and then where does this transform? Oh, great. You're all the way over there. Precisely where I wanted you to be. Okay, let's just shuffle this light source back to where we need it, actually. And I lost it. And it's gone. It's gone. Oh, you're all the way over there now. When did that happen? Okay, bring you back up here. Getting closer towards where we want you to be. Nice. Sweet. And then let's have some kind of greater intensity, greater radius, like 50. Okay, and then have it be like overhanging, I think. I think that might be a good move. Yeah. And then like the simple obstacle of being like, hey, try jumping, dude. That might be a good idea. We can do that here. Scale it down a little bit. Gosh, I love triplet. I talk about this in the lighting model every single stream, and I feel bad, guys. Kind of feel bad. I keep doing it anyways. I keep doing it because it's so sick. That I'm like, dude, this is so convenient. It's the simplest thing in the world, and yet it's so cool, dude. In my eyes, it's like the coolest thing. I like catch up, guys. Yeah, Kozer added it. It's such a large scale. Yeah, it's really pretty weird, dude. So, you know, Epic Void, man. I wish I was smart enough to recreate solo leveling in the imagination I've always seen it. I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be smart, man. Some might be grinding, dude. And it doesn't have to necessarily be games. Animation. I want to see a lot of people, like... There's a lot of people in game dev who I'm like... When I think about it... They might have been happier in, like, animation or film or something. Oh, wait. Did I not... Not a lot of people, but I mean, there's some specific people where I'm like, oh, it seems like you're more concerned or more, what's gratifying to you is much more the story or visual depiction of this thing. And you can just do that thing without having to go through the pain of engine. That's a different kind of pain, though. But still something different. What's this, Saul Goodman? It's a game we're working on. Okay, still not very obvious where the light source, where the go direction is. So there's like some, and it's actually more, this is behaving more like a ledge. I might want to make this terrain lower here so that it feels like you're climbing up to this. You know, I think I need to make this light source a little bit lower as well. But this is a good start to making this feel less, I don't know, less disorienting, I would say. And then this terrain, let's paint it down. Where's that terrain? There's that terrain. Can I pet that dog? And we're gonna bring this bad boy down a little bit. We're gonna do a little raising, lowering action. We're gonna lower this down a little bit more. Please lower. Smaller. Yes. No, not less opacity. Oh, something going on in Discord? One second, I'll check in a second. Just bring this down a little bit. But still include the adjacent area. I just want this to feel like a little gully that's like pointing the player to go up. Okay, let's see how this feels. You can right click transforms to reset it to position 0, 0. Is it like in local space or in world space? Oh no. Where did, wait, oh my goodness. Oh, am I clipped through? Oh, I clipped through. Oh guys, we're in the back rooms, guys. We're in the back rooms. Oh no. It's kind of crazy how this is like an actual... We're in the back rooms. Is it steep enough? No, it's not steep enough to do that. This is actually kind of cool, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you can see the terrain they were clipped through. Okay, let's fix this. Let's actually fix this for real. Gosh, I hate object hierarchies. Bane of my existence. Yeah, we're gonna move you somewhere, buddy. Not there, though. You need to be higher. Yeah, much, and forward a little bit. I think this is more conducive. Is this more conducive? Is this actually more conducive or not as conducive? To oh, you're on the wrong side. You're supposed to be over here, buddy. Yeah, maybe I was a little too excited with raising the area down here. I'm telling you, man. If this was my engine, this would never happen. Nah, probably used to happen. Raise lower. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's go here more. See what's going on here. Okay, so the places that are corners, I'm actually more inclined to make it more like kind of seal off this area here a little bit, because I don't want them, if there's nothing here, then you know, why expose it? Maybe if we want to add like cool architecture stuff, but let's just try this out. What's up, Mavro's bodyguard? A gamer all my life. It's flexibility of having the freedom of to create and do anything within space that is ever evolving, never gets stale, always challenging and progressing. Yeah, that's why I like programming, man. It's like an endless treadmill of like, hey, you thought you knew stuff, but you actually don't. There's more to learn, buddy. Hey, and we can actually see light source that's gonna beckon us, and then there's this thing down here. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is gonna be like a wooden area, like a storage room or something, and then it opens up to this area here, and it's like, oh, okay, I can see where we're supposed to go. Like, there's this, and then there's some light over there. There's something that attracts my attention, so I'm gonna go to it, jump to it. Cool. And then continue on this way. I might try to make the light source a little bit more steeper, actually, so that this light creeps more into the cave and beckons the player more. I think this is simply correct. I think this is simply what is needed, required of me even. So we're gonna do that. And then go to transform, and then which component is mostly rotated? I think we're gonna be rotating you across. Let's first go to the area we're actually interested in going to. Yeah, down here. Yeah, right here. Okay, let's save what we have, and then oopsie, a little too much, but that is the spirit. I think that's a little bit more. We were here before. We were there before. And now we're over here. I like that. That feels more beckoning. Is there a benefit to filing into rooms like this in your games? Or it can ruin your game? What do you mean filing into rooms? Are you pursuing your computer science degree? No, I'm already graduated. A long time ago, and I'm just working. Working as an engineer. Have you considered adding little Easter eggs? Of course, Jeremy. Of course. Of course. I'll just be a place that's explored. I might rotate this little structure to be facing that way so that the opening doesn't block the sunlight, but instead it's like kind of saying, hey, go there, dude. Because if people can be confused, they will be confused. And it looks like evening. This feels like a little evening area. Oh, this straight up does look like evening. Did I just walk on that without consequences? Okay, I guess this is bigger than the actual area that does harm. Yeah, this really does feel like evening. That's pretty cool. Okay. We should probably attach a light source to the player as well. The only thing is I want it to not interact with the directional lighting of the player. I don't know. Maybe have it in front of them or something. No, they're always visible though. Even when it's complete shadow, there's like some emissive property to them. Yeah. So they have to learn to jump and dash. Or can they just jump and then dash? Yeah, they should be able to do that. So, okay, that's going to force them to... That's going to force them to do stuff. Okay, cool. I want to change up the broom. Because I want to have more different types of attacks that are more contextual. Was a fun stream, bro. Gotta hit the hay. You take care, man. Your job, or are you all on YouTube? No, I have a day job. I have a day job, and then YouTube is just for fun. It's a hobby. I have my game company and studio as well. That I want to, I'm making this game for, but that's also more just for fun. I'm content with my day job. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, I like making games, and this company is much more just like a, hey, if I ever make money from making games, we at least have the infrastructure in place to like allow that to happen. But like, right now we're doing net negative. That's fine. I'm treating it like a hobby. What's up, Mr. DJ Econo Music? All right, I think we're starting to have a feel for the environment here. Let me try and lay out some more of it and get a better feel for what's going to be here. Because I think my brain is starting to fill in some gaps about what the remainder is going to start looking like. But I need to start placing and blocking out these objects to really solidify these decisions I'm making. Shrink, small, small, small. There we go. Oh, guess it's nearing time to end stream soon. But I want to get this done a little bit more. I want more interesting platforming challenges beyond just, hey, can you jump over this hole? Like, no. We want to do something a little bit more interesting. Maybe even utilize some of the physics properties of the dash to better effect. I'm so glad I did the shadow refactors that I did, and having like actually dynamic shadows in editor is super helpful. Like, yeah, when I make a build, I'm gonna bake everything together into a solid texture, so like that's not computation done every single frame, but for now it makes it very quick and easy to just visualize what this looks like. Now, this is more like a question of like, hey, can you see these potential paths to getting to places? And rewarding them for exploring it. Because I can see a path someone can make from here to there. We can also have another path that goes down this way as well, which fits the idea of like having non-linear, like multiple linear paths to the ending. That allows and rewards the players in different ways. But I like Unreal. That's like, man. Is that Unity? Yeah, it's Unity. Solo leveling Arise, bro. We need your skills. They're just cash grabbing everyone now. Are you talking like solo leveling the anime? Have you looked into Stride 3? It's a great... Yeah, I've heard about it. I'm not sure if you brought it up or somebody else did. But yeah, I've heard about this before. A coworker actually mentioned it to me as well. It looks cool and it's C#, so I can preserve my my dev kit, which is always a nice bonus. I mean, there's definitely gonna be some like migration stuff, but that's not that big of a deal when it's all C#. Granted, you know, assuming everything has the same life cycles, but am I upside down? Yeah, I've not looked at Stride. I'll give it a try sometime. With ECS implementation. Yeah. I have to give it a try, dude. It looks promising. Anything that can get free me from Unity is always welcomed. But at the same time, one day, I'm just gonna go full hog. Full engine hog mode. Here we go. Here we go. So what's gonna be the option? What do we afford the player here? What visual landmark are we gonna make for them? we allow them to go this way. Taking them to Neverland over there. We need to make more assets too. I need to get on that. It's cool. This is fine for white boxing or blocking out a level. But once you actually do the proper asset pass and final finish, or a proper finish, we're going to have to make this less repetitive and much more varied. Maybe we can have like the terrain actually build up over here into like a little mountain. I think that might be interesting actually. Let's actually try that. Have a little terrain and oh my goodness, that scared me. Someone join? Are people talking? What's going on in general? More milk. Brother. I like strawberry milk. That's actually my favorite milk. Strawberry milk, man. Endless world. Their train needs to be destroyed or altered to open space too is cool. We're gonna see. I need to enforce the idea of, hey, cleaning is also mechanically important, because that's how you're gonna be that is how you're gonna unlock certain areas. That's how we're gonna like gatekeep certain places where it's like, hey, if you haven't cleaned this area, you're not gonna get access to it. That's just how, them's the breaks, you're just not going to get it. But I think we need to create this language between me and the players where we have a mutual understanding of, hey, this is how this works. And this is like the system we're both agreeing to work with right now. So when you see this thing, just know this is what I'm expecting you as a designer. I'm expecting you as a player to do. Alright, I think 5 more minutes and then we're going to call it a stream, guys. What's going on here? Hey, new friends. Hey, what's going on, Gabe? What's going on, Gabe? Glad to have you here, man. Glad to have you, man. Yeah, having terrain inform level design decisions is always pretty cool. I know earlier I used to be more a stickler about trying to make this topographically more accurate, but I think as of late I'm just more like, alright, what looks cool in this context, and we're just gonna work with this. Okay, maybe lower this down a little bit. Maybe have a bridge. It'll be kind of cool to have a bridge so that the player can see this environment in the background while crossing it, and that kind of signals to them, hey, this is your end goal. This is where you're trying to go to. This is what this map is trying to prep you for. Hey, Bomber G, welcome, man. Glad to have you. But yeah, I'm thinking like there's like this visual language you make as a environmental designer to try to communicate intention. Especially because I'm trying to lean away from just telling things to people explicitly. I really want this to be something that's much more you can come to your own conclusion about. And I think here we start focusing more on combat, and then we can have everything in tandem later down there. Sense of scale is what's weird for me, though. I struggle with scale a lot. I kind of forget how big certain things are. Like, I made maps way too big on occasion, not occasion, like last time. Which just makes it, like, feel barren because of how big it is. So I'm trying to avoid that. Have something that feels more purposeful. All right, let's explore this. Let's do a final expedition through this game, and then we'll call it a night, I think. Let's see. So we land in here. I'm facing the wrong way. I need to change that. And then we have this gully. I need to do something with this. I think I have an idea for what I want to do, like a little water puddle there or something. And then you're here, and then you see very clearly, hey, there's this fire thing. Go, get it. Maybe have some enemies that the player can optionally, like, try fighting with. Because I don't think they're kids. I think this is not their first video game, so we go here. I need to change how these look because it's too confusing. The things you can clean up and the things that are actually harmful to you. Yeah, I have to change the miasma color to be less red and more like some other kind of color. And then, yeah, we need to cheat a little bit to get there. We need to use our double jump, which the player doesn't have yet. We can dash, jump, dash though. That's a thing they have, not using a double jump. We go here and we see like this path over this way. And this is like a one-way, like once you pass this, you're like stuck here. You have to actually progress down this way. Unless you have the double jump, in which case you can bypass everything. Or you can go this way and then start exploring this level from a very different area. And then from here, there's another path that can take us to there. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, but I like the idea of like the player kind of there's places where it's kind of hand-holdy, but then there's places where it kind of opens up and becomes less linear, and you can get kind of like I like the idea of rock climbers where you have this wall and there's a number of ways to go about it. There's probably one very optimal way to go about it, but part of rock climbing is like figuring out what is the path, what is the feasible path I can take to get through this. So I kind of want levels to be kind of in that vein where it shouldn't be hard to get through the to the ending, or at least not that hard, but there's some exploring and kind of figuring out your like routing your path throughout the level, and then like subsequent play run throughs of the game or the level is like more, okay, I have a path in mind, let me try it out and see how fast we are, and does it match the minimum, or does it get that score bonus or whatever. So it's kind of like a project thing you're engaging in, or you're just exercising map familiarity and all that. Yeah. But that means that there's going to be a lot more surface area. A lot more places the player can go through. So we have to play test this and see how people... we're going to do a play test in the Discord sometime soon, and I want to record some of them to look back at and use kind of as reference to kind of gauge where we're at. Yeah, this is very... yeah, this is a starting area where we're testing out the lighting. Oh yeah, this is starting to turn into a place though. It's starting to turn into something. That's exciting. That's exciting, dude. What's cooking mind control? Just some level designing stuff. Honestly, I'm not sure if I even need to do the occlusion mapping or occlusion culling stuff, but we're gonna do it anyways. Some form of it. Thank you, Rayman. That's the goal here, and this is white boxing, so it's like a lot of debug stuff and just very rough, but I think it gets the idea across of what I'm trying to have happen here. And now it's just kind of a matter of taking this very malleable thing and kind of starting to hard some of the stuff. Yeah, but I like I'm treating this game like my own personal jungle gym. Like, hey, I want to make a playground where I can kind of explore and try doing cool movement stuff and techniques or something. There's no techniques yet. Well, I guess there's technically are some, but nothing that crazy. But yeah, like something just that has like oh, you get the idea. Sweet. I'm liking this so far though. I'm gonna focus on this week. The task manager is cool. Maybe I'll do that in my spare time, but I think I want to get back on this. That was a nice distraction, the task manager. And it's still gonna happen. We're gonna make it happen. But I also want to get a game done too. That's kind of the point of this task management app, right? Nice. Yeah, I need to rethink some more movement stuff though. But I don't know. Dude. What specialty in software development do you work in on the day? Web dev, networking, application front end. I mean, it's quite a few things. It's largely VR stuff, application logic stuff, like yeah, and it entails like front end UI, back end stuff, save data things, like networking on occasion. It's a whole kind of palette of different things. Look, killer when done. That's what I'm hoping for, Paul K. Some teleporting would be nice too. Teleporting. I think. I like Smash Brothers Melee, and I like its movement. We don't have anything quite like that. But I'd like to have a movement system that's much more expressive than just dashing. Like, that's cool. I like the fact that this plays kind of like Mega Man X, but in 3D. I don't think there's kind of a lack of a Mega Man X kind of game, but I don't know. I want to have more expression within the controls of the player, but it's hard to do that in 3D compared to 2D in Smash Brothers. 2D, you have much more access to options relative to space because you're bound to a plane, but here it's like I can't just press the down button, like an air dodge and then down button to go down. Like, I need something else to indicate up or down. Maybe I like dash, and when you're air you actually dash up or down or something. I don't know. I want to have more expressiveness within the player's movement. And I don't want it to be tied to like a monetary economic system in the game, because I think I kind of hate a lot of economic systems in games. I'd rather this be like, hey, if you practice or get, like, if you put in the time, you can actually get good at this without having to do that. Like learning to man a Gundam or something versus just paying to have a license. I don't know. That's not the best example. Either way. Yeah. I think there's I'm excited with this. This feels promising. Alright, guys. Spyro vibes. That's definitely the vibes we're kind of going for, man. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I have to get up in the morning and get to work. It's 1:23 a.m. right now, so we need to slide. We need to sleep and slide. To get an angled jump dash can be cool. Huh. Warframe's bullet jump comes to mind. I should play some Warframe, actually. That might be a good thing to just play and get some inspiration. But it may not need that PSX jitter. Yeah, I'm debating the jitter. I might make like a low res pixel because this works better. The PS1 filter works better at a lower resolution. So I might do like a PS1 vision thing where we put like a CRT screen face shader on everything and lower the resolution and then do that. But if you want just a clean version of the game, you can just disable that. That wouldn't be that hard to do. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your company today. I really appreciate it. CNC was walk into a bar after a few hours. C gets sloppy, drunk, and spills the drinks all over C++. Outraged, C++ shouts, "Have you no class?" Ha, that's funny. That's funny. That's good. That's good. I was thinking that C++ gets angry and just like bombs the entire bar and everyone dies. But no, that's a good punchline. What was that thing? Like, it's easier to shoot your easier to shoot yourself in the foot with C, but with C++, you blow your whole leg off. Something like that. I don't know. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the company on this evening. It's very, very, like, I feel like it was such a argumentative day for me. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed. Hope your day goes well, whether it's evening, night, or day. Hope you get your rest if it's nighttime, and hope your day goes well if it's daytime for you. And as always, stay cozy. Until next time, ta-ta.